You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record.
You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Man, oh man. It's another one of those paydays. Chet Holmgren gets paid. We'll talk about whether or not, Kyle and I are probably going to argue about whether or not he's overpaid or not. And we're going to have some fun with Chet and some of his quotes from the past. Malik Monk, his value is on the way up. I will tell you what I mean and why it is so confusing to me as far as how I feel. Favorite player on the Kings earlier in this offseason feels like it was months ago. It was probably a month ago, if that, where sounded like Malik had no market. Well, don't tell that to fans of actually pretty good teams. All right. I was on social media yesterday and somebody brought up Malik Monk maybe headed to a certain team. This is not sourced or reports or anything like that. Just, man, this would be fun to see on my team. And I go down the black hole of looking at all of the comments, and yeah, everybody wants Malik Monk on their team. And it made me want to take a step back for the conversations that we've had just as far as whether or not Malik Monk has quote unquote value. And he's getting to the point now where I would say he might be undervalued. So I'm really excited to do that at 10:30, and that's after 30 minutes of commercial-free sports talk radio, just for you in your car, or just for you on the Sack Chat, or just for you on the Sacktown Sports app, or just for you on the TuneIn app. So we are going to get to that, like I said, at 10:30. We will also discuss why the Warriors are scared of the Kings. Why? Why are the Warriors scared of the Kings? One thing that we haven't discussed in this whole Kaminga saga is that it has been well reported and documented that the Warriors simply don't want Kuminga to go to the Kings, or they would rather not send him to the Kings. And what's that old saying? I know Kyle doesn't know it. What, you cut off your nose to spite your own face, whatever it is. Are the Warriors willing to do that? But in a world where Warriors fans want to dunk on Kings fans all the time, and you live in a world where you guys hang banners for your Pacific Division wins, and you had that one beam, you got your cute little beam, all that. So why are you afraid of Kuminga going to the Kings? That should be one of the first places you want him to go. Does that mean that you have a belief that Scott Perry is going to turn things around? Does that mean that you have a belief that Doug Christie's going to turn things around? Oh, your owner doesn't know we got the best owner in sports. Okay, then send him. And again, I know that this is fans and they don't have power. Thankfully, they don't. But if this is the view on the Kings, and we have people like Sam Quinn from CBS Sports, hey, everybody knows there's nothing more valuable than a Kings first rounder because they'll figure out a way to bleep stuff up. Why wouldn't you send Jonathan Kuminga to the Kings? Why? I know he's in the Western Conference. I know he's just an hour and a half away. I get that. But you're not sending him to the Clippers. You're not sending him to the Lakers. You're not sending him to one of these teams, the Nuggets, or one of these teams with strong foundations and cores. You're sending him to the little old Sacramento Kings. So what's the problem? What's the problem? So we're going to discuss that as well, because I'm confused. I'm confused. Why wouldn't you send him to the Sacramento Kings? That seems like the best place to send him. Oh, yeah, we won't hear about him forever. They haven't done anything in 20 years. They got one playoff run, which we beat them in, and they were the higher seed. Yeah, send him to the Kings, man. That's perfect. So why? Well, and it's not a robbery. Everyone gets upset. Well, everyone in the Bay. I get my buddies texting me, dude, stop calling it a rivalry. It's not a rivalry. Media members, Allen, stop it. We don't want to have to little bro. Okay, then send them. It is the perfect situation to never hear about Jonathan Kuminga again because you're with the inept Sacramento Kings, the irrelevant Sacramento Kings that haven't done squat. So send him. Send him. So we're going to discuss why the Warriors would be scared to send Kuminga to the Kings. And what does that say about the Kings? Because why not send him? Why not? Also,
I hate that damn bean.
Also, Malcolm Brogdon, this Mark Stein conversation in the article he put out with Jake Fisher, they've been cooking, man. And we were joking, who's the next Woj, or who's the next Shams, rather. And I think Jake Fisher is trying to make a push for it. You know, I can appreciate that. I think Brett Siegel, who we have on the show all the time, he's doing a lot of great work. So they are out there. I was talking to Carmichael Dave about this during one of the innings at the Rivercats games. I wasn't working on a promo, obviously, at that moment. And Carmichael Dave, you know, we were just talking about, man, who's next up? And Shams we talked about this on the show, how Shams has kind of just locked in everything. But there are other newsbreakers still out there, and Jake Fisher, you could argue he might be, it's a far away number 2, but that dude is working. I hope I run into him at Summer League. I want to meet a lot of people. My wife was doing something. She works in nonprofits, and she had a networking event at Drake's, right? And this was last week, and she said, I'm trying to tap into your networking power. I love to network. I love the schmooze. And I'm going to be, and I'm telling Brendan, Frankie, and Chris, they already know, and I'll hopefully run into Jason Ross and Kyle Draper. Kyle Draper might ignore me if he sees me, though, out in the wild. But I love to network. I'm so excited to
Isn't
be out
that
there.
like 70% of the reason you're flying to Vegas?
It is. Maybe 80.
Yeah.
Maybe 80. Alan, where are you doing the show on Monday? I don't know. I'll figure that out later.
You'll schmooze your way.
I will talk to somebody that has a building that has an outlet, and we'll be fine.
That has an outlet.
All we need is an outlet,
You
and
can
we're
do
going to
that.
get this thing on the road.
You could do that from the airport.
I might do the show from the airport.
That's going to be just...
I might. Somebody got what is it, a chase card to get me in to one of those rooms? That's all I need.
You're saying a lounge?
Yeah, get me into a lounge. Hey, and maybe it's a sponsorship. Maybe I get cashed out. Hey, we're live from the Chase Lounge.
Don't say the sponsor. Don't give away free advertising.
That could be you. I got to try out how it goes. So I'm really excited to meet a bunch of people out there. And
I think
Jake
the other
Fisher's-
people in that lounge would hate that.
Nah, it doesn't matter. I don't care. They can get on the show. They'll be my guests. Jake Fisher's been doing a great job, but I didn't like, and Mark Stein, of course, but I didn't like what I saw as far as this Malcolm Brogdon thing. And it goes back to the conversation that we had yesterday as far as, man, oh man, I'm not saying you're not supposed to believe in your squad. I'm not saying that. But this idea that, hey, let's get through this season and then we'll reshuffle the deck, whatever it is, for Scott Perry, you start looking at how all in, it doesn't even sound right to say, but you start looking at the investments and commitments they're making. If you bring in Malcolm Brogdon on a 2-year deal as well, now we're pushing this timeline a little bit further down the line. And Jake Fisher mentioned a couple teams that may be interested in Malcolm Brogdon. And before you say, well, Allen, let's check the time on all this, trust me, I did. That Substack, that article came out July 7th. So this is on top of everything that has already happened with Dennis Schroder. This is not, oh, it's not updated, and now that they have Dennis Schroder, they're not interested in Malcolm Brogdon. This is after that deal. The Clippers, the Suns, the Lakers, as well as the Warriors, Timberwolves, Pelicans, Kings, Bucks. That's also just a crazy list. No disrespect. I mean, that's half the league.
Run through that again real quick.
The Clippers, the Suns, the Lakers, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, the Pelicans, the Kings, and the Bucks.
That is literally 7 out of the 15 Western Conference teams. You named the entire Pacific Division.
So I'm not going to get too up in arms about it, but there is a name as we look at the other free agents. Go get him. Bring him home. Okay? And this guy, it's been a while. I got to get
the Lyles movement.
No disrespect, but no. It could be. I'd rather ask me if I'd rather have Trey Lyles and Malcolm Brogdon right now on this team. Trey Lyles.
Okay, there you go.
Trey Lyles, without a doubt.
Even if the contracts were the same?
You got Dennis.
Okay.
You got Dennis, and you got again, this Malik slander. He's gone from, hey, maybe he can be our point guard, to, oh, okay, I don't think that he is meant to be a true number one, to we don't have enough. Malik can't handle the basketball at all. This is crazy now.
I mean, I really don't want Malik playing point guard.
But it's not about that. I'm imagining you got Dennis Schroder. So why can't Malik just do exactly what he was doing when they had De'Aaron Fox? I'm not calling Dennis Schroder De'Aaron Fox, but what's the difference?
I guess just who's going to be on the floor at the same time, right? Because Malik isn't starting on this team.
And when you had De'Aaron a couple years ago, you had Harrison Ball. None of these, you didn't have as many ball handlers. They're not point guards, but Zach LaVine can initiate the offense. DeMar DeRozan can initiate the offense. I don't need Dennis Schroder and Malcolm Brogdon to read off the power forwards we said yesterday with Isaiah, with Isaac Jones. Come on.
Dario.
And Dario Saric.
That, I think, is a fair point of they also need another power forward, or at least a 6'9", lengthy defender who can block shots and play the perimeter a little bit. But that doesn't deviate the fact that they do still need more ball handling. I just think they're only going to get one or the other at this stage of the game based on the current roster construction and the fact that they didn't trade either Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. You could even throw Devin Carter in that mix if you want. The fact they didn't trade any of those four for one of those two things kind of makes me think they're only going to get one or the other.
We have plenty of Kings, of course, to talk about, but y'all know how I get down, okay? When I get an excuse to talk baseball, you know I'm going to talk baseball. And we have a Major League Baseball first in history with two teams that are still weirdly connected to each other, even though they're a little bit farther away now. For the first time in MLB history, you had a leadoff inside the park home run, and you had a walk-off inside the park home run. Again, I am not left speechless very often. You can ask my wife about that, but I was speechless after the Patrick Bailey. Kyle, let's get that Patrick Bailey sound, and just, if anybody missed it, just give them some of that electricity.
Patrick hits a high drive, deep right center field. This one is off the top of the wall, and it ricochets, and it's rolling on the warning track. 2 runs are in. Bailey coming around third. Patrick Bailey scores! It's an inside the park walk-off home run. Now we've seen everything. And Patrick Bailey gets tackled as he crosses home plate. Amazing.
Great stuff there from Dave Fleming. And, I was obviously watching the TV broadcast and listening to the TV broadcast. Dave Fleming was outstanding. KNBR, the flagship for the Giants. Of course, they blew this thing out the water. We would too if the Kings did something similar, which I don't know what that would be. But Dave Fleming was outstanding. Dwayne Kuiper, everybody was joking about Kuip and how he literally ran out of breath. You can barely hear him, and he's just rumbling and telling, Kyle, do we have that too?
Did he literally cough in the middle of that?
I think so.
Right
it was
there.
Insane.
That was a cough, wasn't it?
Bailey's on the move. Outstanding stuff, man.
You know, I've kind of been watching the Giants for the first time this year. They don't really talk much on the broadcast, do they?
Well, obviously, this is a Hall of Fame legendary broadcast. They like to check out what's going on in the stands. It's baseball, man.
Yeah.
It's 4 hours. They like to check out what's going on in the stands. They'll find a kid eating some ice cream, and I just think they're so good at what they do and how they break down the game. It's just second nature, but they're also really good at letting you experience it on your own and then something
coughing.
like that, and possibly
Allegedly
a lot
coughing.
of water. Yes,
it does sound like he coughed.
it was crazy, man. I've never seen anything like that, and obviously, a lot of people from Philly, because I'm texting my buddies from Philly. They're saying what was Brandon Marsh doing in center field, but there's no way to know that ricochet was coming. There was really nowhere for him to go. I think if anything, you could argue his angle after a ricochet, but he's not expecting it to do that. So there's nothing he could have done.
No, that one was crazy. I know we're going to get to the other one that happened before, but that one was a little bit of, if the center fielder had been on it from the jump, maybe the ricochet gets tracked down faster, but this one is just, nope, it just hit off brick and rolled completely into center field. There's just nothing you can do about that one.
So, yeah, that was out of control, man. Out of control. And, yeah, 916 is Jim in the 916 is saying, hey, obviously, Dwayne Kuiper, you had a cancer diagnosis. Yes, we are well aware. Another 916 is saying, if you listen to the call after Bailey scores, Crook says, I didn't see that coming. And Kuip says, yeah, neither did my voice. They were joking about it too. 916. We are aware of Kuip's, the struggles that he's had with his health. So nobody is joking about that. They were literally having some fun.
They gave us permission to laugh about it.
They were literally having fun with it as well. So just want to make that clear. So nobody said, hey, they were making fun. No, you're just playing off of what they said as well. So Kyle, let's get the A's call from my guy Lawrence Butler and that inside the park home run as well.
He delivers to the Atlanta product, and Butler, it's a deep drive, right center field. Eli White back at the track, turning, and it's off the wall. It's in play. Butler's at second. This might be an inside the park home run. He's at third, turning at third, losing his helmet, comes to the plate. There'll be no throw, and the kid from Atlanta on the first pitch of the bottom of the first inning hits an inside the park home run.
And that's great. That's an outstanding call too, because that's right. Lawrence Butler's from Atlanta. Kind of, we talked to Eric Martins about this on the show a couple times during our coaches show hit, and he mentioned how Lawrence Butler put a good amount of pressure on himself because he really wanted to go to the All-Star game. It's in his hometown of Atlanta, and he kind of pressed at the beginning of the season. He gets that contract, so a lot of pressure on him. He's starting to feel better about things, starting to feel more comfortable, and that's a guy where an inside the parker makes a little bit more sense. That Patrick Bailey thing, like Crook and Kuip said, nobody saw that coming.
No.
Nobody saw that coming.
Even the Lawrence Butler one was crazy because he hit it to right center, and it was like right at the corner of the wall. So it was like the ball was going this way, and then it bounced in the opposite direction. Like it just hit like the weirdest corner of the fence in right field too. We were joking yesterday at the ballpark after it happened that on the first like four pitches of the game, you had Lawrence Butler hitting an inside the park homer, Jacob Wilson getting hit on the wrist and going out of the game, and then Brent Rooker hitting a 2-run homer immediately after that. It was just a weird game yesterday for the A's.
Well, and they whooped the bleep out of the Braves.
Oh my God. Nick Kurtz had a home run too.
Well, grand slam.
Yeah.
That's got to be the worst part of baseball, man. To go out with injury and you didn't actually do anything, you just got hit with a pitch, is terrible. I mean, it's got to be the most kind of hopeless feeling ever. I think I told a story. A guy on my team, he got hit by a pitch, and we had about, I don't know, senior. We were both seniors, and he had about, I don't know, we had maybe a month left in the season, and it was, I don't want to get the arm, the what is the ulna, something on the arm, the forearm.
That's your wrist.
It was a little bit farther down than that, but he broke his forearm, and he was out for the season, and that's how his career ended.
Yeah.
And you have absolutely no control. So Jacob Wilson, this has happened to him a couple times. He's kind of ducked out of danger, obviously going back to Giancarlo Stanton. So that's got to be the worst part of baseball because you just have no control. And look, these dudes, we were facing Rhode Island. These dudes ain't throwing 99 miles per hour like in the big. So yeah, we hope that, all is well with Jacob Wilson. Great game for the A's, able to get that W. The A's are either going to get smacked or they are going to smack you. That's where we're at this.
They're always good for one of those every series because I've been joking.
Yeah, they did it to the Giants in the series opener too.
Yeah, and I've been joking so every time I go to Sutter Health Park, the A's lose, right? I think they're 4-12 when I go this year, but they either are winning a game 10-0 or losing a game 10-0 in every series. That's just a foregone conclusion with the A's at this point. Or their offense is doing some insane record, like Lawrence Butler being the first A to hit an inside the park homer and a regular homer for the first time in 50 years. They're doing some ridiculous stat that's never been seen since 1972. Or they're losing 10-0.
Yeah, so great stuff. And they're completely, the Giants and the A's just couldn't be more different. They could not be more different. Just from Giants are always in a one-run game. A's are essentially never in a one-run game. But great stuff, whether you wear the green and gold or whether you wear the black and orange. Both teams got a W. Both teams got an inside the park home run. And this is the first time that has happened in Major League Baseball history for a leadoff inside the park home run to happen the same day as a walk-off inside the park home run happens as well. So plenty to get to today. Chet Holmgren and his max extension. We're having some fun here in the opening segment. Chet Holmgren, Kyle and I were kind of arguing about whether or not he's worth the contract. Chet Holmgren, he gets his 5-year max rookie deal that could reach $250 million. It's Chet Holmgren and who he is now versus Chet Holmgren and who he could be. I think they're paying him for who he could be. And Kyle, you're really high on who he could be. But I'm be honest with you, as we're having some fun here in the opening segment, I can only think about Chet Holmgren and what he likes to eat on Thanksgiving every time I see Chet Holmgren. Every time. And if you haven't seen this, and I got to be careful here, but it was a bit surprising, the stuff that Chet Holmgren said he liked to eat on Thanksgiving. And Kyle, you have that sound for us.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread, greens.
Yeah, that is Chet Holmgren from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread, greens.
Yeah.
Chet.
Just.
He's from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Then he went to Gonzaga. Chet, who is making you oxtails? Did anybody follow up on that? So if you didn't know, this has been a running joke on social media for a while. There's a picture. For some odd reason, there's a picture of Chet on a plane with a do-rag on. And this whole thing has just kind of blown out of proportion. So congrats to Chet. He can buy all the oxtail he wants and ribs and cornbread with his 250.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread.
The best way I can explain it is he's got a little Jack Harlow in him.
Yeah, right. He's what they call spicy white. That's what he's trying to be. The Jack Harlows, the Tyler Heroes. Let me get the cornbread again, man.
Cornbread.
So much cornbread.
Cornbread.
The ribs. I mean, look, it sounds like a banging Thanksgiving to me.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread.
Can someone just ask his mother, hey, do you make oxtail? Where are you getting that? We order the oxtail from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Minneapolis, Minnesota, Chet Holmgren. Look, Chet Holmgren, look, you say they're paying him for what he will be in the future.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the contract is. It doesn't start for another year, and it'll go through, 2031 or something like that?
Oxtails,
cornbread, oxtails, cornbread.
Hey, congrats to Chet, man.
Cornbread.
Congrats to Chet. You can buy all the oxtails for more than Thanksgiving. When we return, other teams are thirsting after Malik Monk. At least the fans are, and it's making me feel some type of way. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Games, Chicken Fingers, and Nature with Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 6.
Malibu's Most Wanted. Now I know 916, we got to be somewhat near the same age because I don't even know if Kyle knows what that movie is.
I thought it was a TV show when he first said that.
That is. Hi. Go watch 8 Mile, then watch Malibu's Most Wanted.
You know my rules about 8 Mile at this point, but what is Malibu's Most Wanted about?
Man.
Give me a 30 second
30 seconds. Malibu's Most Wanted is about a white guy that lives in Malibu, but I guess wants to be hood. Was it Jamie Kennedy? That's who it was, right? I know you have it looked up.
Yes, is Brad B-Rad Gluckman.
He wants to be his dad is a politician, a mayor or something. He wants to be hood. Right? And his dad is sick of him trying to be hood. And this is like 2000s. He's dressed ridiculously all the time.
Yeah, I just saw an album cover that they all are dressed ridiculous.
Yeah. And the dad hires 2 actors to take him to the actual hood. The problem is the actors who are black aren't actually hood and they get caught up in some real hood stuff. And it's pretty funny. And at one point he's battling. He's rap battling, very similar to 8 Mile, and he gets thrown into a dumpster filled with Wonder Bread.
This looks like a perfect Anthony Anderson movie. I'm just going to say,
yes.
I feel like that's a perfect cast for, and now that I know 30 seconds about it, I'm like, Anthony Anderson probably killed it in this movie.
So, yeah, and Tay Diggs is in there as well. It's hilarious, but I don't know how it translates now. What year was that, Kyle?
That was April of 2003. This is around the same time as White Chicks. I feel like you could make it work.
That's around the same time I was wearing 36 waisted jeans with basketball patches on them.
That your mom took away from you.
Yeah, that's right. So that all checks out. What also checks out is that this Malik Monk situation has definitely gone over the deep end, and I'm glad that it's starting to find its way back. Okay, so yesterday, and we're going to have this guy on the show tomorrow. I just confirmed. He hosts the NBA Daily podcast for The Athletic, Esfandiar Barahhenny, and I think he goes by S. I was checking earlier. So S kind of hops on. I know he's also a Raptors fan, right? So this is a big part of this. So S says, Malik Monk averaged 13 drives a game and shot 50% on those drives. That would instantly be number 1 on the Raptors in both aspects, efficiency and quantity. That is all. Then he goes on to say, would very much so welcome a trade for him. A lot of people, and someone says their actual momentum. He says, I'm just talking. Now, I start reading the comments, and there are a lot of Raptors fans saying he's on a way better contract than RJ. I would make that move for RJ. Somebody else said I do Emanuel Quickley in a future first for Malik Monk. Now, obviously, these are fans, so we get it. But somebody else hops in and says, shh, I want OKC to trade for him at the deadline. I'm thinking, what is happening here? And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know how to feel because, number one, my first thought is this is what I thought. Right now, obviously, these are just fans, okay? But this is what I thought as far as Malik Monk and his value, even when I was told what I was told and from a source and saw the information for myself, and hey, Malik Monk didn't have as much out there. I didn't get it then when everything came out with the Malik Monk sign-in trade with Dennis Schroder. I didn't get it then either. And then it turned into there's just no market out there for Malik. Feels like it's less about Malik and it's more about, is there a market for anyone? Is there a market for anyone at this point? People don't like what the Heat did, adding Norman Powell. Nobody likes anybody's moves besides the Rockets. And a lot of people didn't like the Desmond Bane thing. Nobody got any of that. So I'm reading these and I felt a bit, I wouldn't say vindicated, but I thought, okay, maybe we aren't crazy out here in Sacramento. The thought that Malik has got to have a decent bit of value. When did this all go south? And I'm seeing all this, and my first thought is this is what I thought. My second thought is, well, it's just like when you're in a store, right? You don't know if you want a shirt or not, and it's the last one. Somebody picks it up, and now all of a sudden you want it more than you initially wanted it, and you're hoping they put it down. And then when they put it down, you immediately buy it. So my first thought is, hey, he's ours. Get the hell out of here. He's ours. Then my third thought is, okay, well, if Scott Perry doesn't think it's a fit, at least it feels like maybe this the trade conundrum that they've been in, maybe it's a little bit clearer than we thought, and maybe Malik is worth a little bit more value than we previously thought. So I saw this, Kyle, and it made me feel a lot of different things. But the main thing is, okay, we're not crazy out here in Sacramento as far as, Malik Monk's value is in the dumpster, and we all thought, well, what the heck happened? And I sat there and said, hey, I was told that Malik didn't have as much out there as previously thought. I guess the one that was fully reported that had full interest were the Detroit Pistons, and that's why this thing came back up again. I was told that, trust me, from somebody very, very close. So I know that was a thing. I get that. But now looking here, is it just a matter of, and we're going to talk a little bit about the CBA and that whole situation moving forward, but is it more of just a bad market versus a Malik Monk? And nobody would say it's a bad contract. So Malik Monk being on a bad contract.
No, it's a market rate contract. I think what's weird about it is only but so many teams can afford to pay an $18 million sixth man. And when the Kings brought back Malik Monk, that was in part because Domantas Sabonis took a slight pay cut on his new contract to help alleviate extending Malik Monk. That was something Sabonis wanted to do when he signed that long-term extension. And if you're Toronto, you're looking at, we talked about Chris Persianen about it, like you're looking at a gap year player to eventually hopefully have Grady Dick take over as the starting two. And perhaps Malik Monk fits that bill better than RJ Barrett at this stage of their careers. But Toronto's also trying to say the same thing about RJ Barrett. They're trying to get multiple teams into bidding wars for RJ Barrett. And I'm guessing that they didn't like the offers they had before the draft with, draft picks available when they were one, trying to get Kevin Durant, and two, about to fire their president of basketball operations like after the draft. So you put all that together, and I think you're probably looking at a deal like this happening in December or January come the trade deadline.
Yes, it's the same, and it's the same conversation as DeMar DeRozan. Somebody's having a down year and you're just done waiting, right? Or somebody happens to be injured and you think, hey, if we just filled in the blank right here or fill in the hole right here, we'll be okay. I look at his contract, Malik Monk, and it kind of reminds me of Dennis Schroder and just the player he is, in that a lot of people, I feel like if Malik Monk gets moved, this will be the start of Malik Monk probably being on a couple teams throughout a couple years. That's how I feel. I feel like he would then kind of be rebranded, which isn't a bad brand, but he would kind of be rebranded to, hey, he's like Dennis Schroder. He is a tradable piece that can help you in spots. And then maybe what he's 27, 28 now, maybe like Dennis Schroder, he shows his worth in a couple different places. Somebody gives him the keys to be a 2-guard when he's 31 years old, something like that.
Right, because Malik's kind of in this weird in-between right now where he makes essentially $18 million for the next 3 seasons. Only a select number of teams can really afford to pay a 6th man that kind of money. And do you see the team where Malik Monk is going to be a consistent? I mean, Sacramento's no championship contender right now, and Malik Monk can't find a starting spot on this team. So how many teams out there in the league are there where you're going to pencil in Malik Monk as the starting 2 at $18 million a year for the next 3 seasons? I think to your point, that's why you expect he might get traded a couple times.
We're up against it. I will say, I do think roster construction matters. I think Malik could probably start on about 10 teams in the league off the top of my head. It's just this team in particular is not constructed in a way where it fits for him. Now, a question becomes, is somebody going to, it's just more of what's available, because I don't think a team is going to construct things around Malik Monk, which is why I think he'll be somebody where, hey, we could use a Malik Monk for a year. Hey, we could use a Malik Monk for a year. So the value conversation, I think, is hopefully going to take a swing. Whether I'm not saying I want Malik Monk to go, but it's always better to have players on your team that other teams want versus what we saw on the other side. When we return, let's have a conversation about the past. Mike Brown gets introed to the Knicks. Let's hear what he had to say. And Mike Brown was begging for something in Sacramento, and he just never got it. More Kings talk as well. Allen Stiles, on Sports.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobbit, a Hobbit Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for the Hobbit Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
We're going all in on Ram this month with not just employee pricing, but huge emphasis on the plus. You can only get at Hobbit. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
What about those hard-to-find Ram heavy duties?
If you're looking for something bigger, save up to $13,500 off MSRP on the hard-to-find brand new 2025 heavy-duty Ram 2500s and 3500s, with 500 new Rams available.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at hobbitdodge.com. Nobody beats Hobbit. Period. $16,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn after $6,500 factor rebates and $9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $2,500 SFS bonus cash. Must finance with Stellantis. $1,000 trade-in assist with eligible trade-in. $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. $13,500 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 Limited after $4,000 factor rebates and $9,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include $2,500 select inventory bonus cash and $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. At least 5 at each net savings. Employee pricing included in dealer discounts. See dealer for details.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Meta Chevy Silverado Superstore. Great selection, great factory financing and incentive, and great Meta Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock. Online at metachevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Still getting people chiming in, talking about B-Rad. No, B-Rad. B-Rabbit was 8 Mile. B-Rad is... Oh, my goodness.
So this movie is like the response to 8 Mile?
It's not a full-on scary movie spoof, but... Kind of.
They're doing a spoof of like people who watched 8 Mile
Kind of.
and think they could be Eminem.
Kind of. Yes. Malibu's Most Wanted, if you're just now joining us. This all stemmed from Chet Holmgren getting paid a lot of money so he can buy as many oxtails and cornbread.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread.
Where's he from again?
Minneapolis, Minnesota. Then in college was in Spokane, Washington, and ended up at Oklahoma City for his entire career, which, according to Amadrock on the Sack Chat, oxtails apparently cost $7.99 a pound at Costco.
They're not cheap.
I don't know where he's getting $7.99 a pound for oxtails.
They're not cheap, man. I just went to Fixin's, and the day we had off, one of the days we had off, what was it, last week? And I got my oxtails.
Oxtails.
Real good. It's real good. I wish I had Chet money, though.
Did you have cornbread?
I did have cornbread. 916 says, don't be hating. That was a line that was very prevalent in Malibu's Most Wanted.
Which one is saying that? The white guy?
Yeah, don't be hating. Yeah, good, very good, 916. And we'll see if Mike Brown's time in New York is very good, as we just have a quick clip from his intro presser. These are some of the first words he said, and then we have Anthony Slater kind of detailing how this team is pretty much what Mike Brown has always wanted. Here it is.
A sustainable, winning culture that produces championships. That's why I'm here. I'm fortunate to know what it takes to create that success. A lot of hard work, a high level of commitment, and a focus on today.
man. Outstanding.
So
high level of commitment and a focus on today.
I saw a lot of people were making the same joke, is that if you take the 3 minutes of his introductory presser for the Knicks and the 3 minutes of his introductory presser for the Kings, they look basically the same.
That's what this is. That's what this is.
But it is funny that he kind of like just made a couple edits to the original speech and did the same one.
Doug Christie and Scott, they all say the same thing.
No, but
what did he say? Sustainable. Didn't he say sustainable?
Yes, he said that for his Kings one and his
somebody
Knicks one.
said yeah, but
Scott
Perry said sustainable too. Okay,
you can say it's the same thing. It's just more so. Hey, Mike just pulled up the Google Doc.
This one
made a couple edits to say Madison Square Garden.
ChatGPT, change this to the Knicks.
I'm not even saying it was ChatGPT. I'm saying he had the Google Doc from 2022 saved. Just change a couple words. That's what I would do.
Hey, ChatGPT, turn this to 4 years later and give it the New York Knicks.
Here, I'll give you. We just played that quote here. Here's the one from his Kings presser.
One of the main reasons that I was brought here was to bring some leadership in a lot of different areas. I've been with a lot of different teams in my 30 years, and I've experienced what I believe is something that can get organizations over the top, not just in 1 year, but year in and year out. And that's having a winning culture.
Yeah.
Again, he's just saying the same things.
Let's hear, and people are asking me 279 Allen Stiles, my full government name. They just don't know my middle name. Where is our Jonathan Kuminga update? 10 minutes at 11 o'clock. So don't move. At 11 o'clock, top of the hour, we got your Jonathan Kuminga update for you. You don't want to miss. It's something that everybody is glossing over, and we're going to focus on it coming up at 11. Kyle, let's hear what Anthony Slater had to say about Mike Brown and the roster that he now has.
Mike Brown spent years searching for any type of wing help. He wanted OG Anunoby via trade before the Knicks got him. Siakam he was interested in. Like, he was trying to find length and strength on the wing. Did not have it. I think that was at the core of his defensive frustrations at times there. And regardless of the fires he's going to have to put out, and the Knicks in general are going to have to put out, I think he's going to feel more comfortable knowing Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby are the firemen.
He's got his guys, right? And I think you can look at this a couple ways. Number one, you could say that Mike Brown is in a basketball wonderland, right? He's wanted wings for a long time. Here's a wing. There's a wing. You got plenty with Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby. Here's the argument that it's been for Mike Brown. Obviously, in Sacramento, a lot of people felt like he didn't have the requisite pieces to build a good defense. He's a defensive guy, but it's kind of the chicken or the egg. Hey, is it a good defense or is it good defensive players? The Knicks have good defensive players, but they were not a good defense. So this should be a perfect situation for Mike Brown. This is a perfect setup for Mike Brown to flex what he can do and show how he can turn a defense into an elite defense with OG, who's a great defender, Mikal Bridges, who has been an elite defender, even if he wasn't the same this season. And yeah, you got to hide Cat, but I think that this is where Mike Brown and his defensive expertise comes into play. And I would not counter it, but I think the other part of that is if it doesn't work out here, there are no excuses because you have what you've always wanted. You have defensive guys that you just have to help them get to the promised land. He didn't have that in Sacramento, and it didn't work out, and he wanted it, and they said, well, here's Sasha Vezenkov instead. And so now they're going to take Sasha Vezenkov and like it.
And here's Chris Duarte.
And here's Chris Duarte. He plays hard. And so now, and we'll see how the offense does in New York, but he has a very, very strong defensive rotation that he can turn to. And not to mention that Knicks bench is looking pretty good too. So I'm happy for Mike Brown. He got what he wanted from a roster standpoint. There's also no excuses. It's that simple. It's that simple.
He's got length, but again, the Knicks were a bad defensive team last year, so we'll see what he can do.
But yes,
with that group,
we've gone back and forth on this ad nauseum, Kyle. So I'm not going to do it now. But they have good defensive players.
To your point, they've added
compared to the Kings.
Oh, compared to the Kings, sure. They have length compared to what the Kings were working with in Sacramento. Which, to your point, they've added Gershon Yabusele,
which I would have loved him on the Kings, by the way,
and Jordan Clarkson.
Someone's got to score.
Someone's got to score. I don't think they have Landry Shamet anymore, so I guess that
they got Jordan Clarkson.
They got Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
Still got Deuce McBride. Still got Mitchell Robinson.
Untouchables.
So, 9 deep. Mike Brown was second behind Tibbs in terms of using his starters the most, so it's not going to be that different.
And just wait till JTA dons a Knicks jersey.
That's probably going to happen.
He'll find a way.
Definitely going to happen.
He will find a way. On the other side, will the Kings find a way to get Jonathan Kuminga? Maybe it's not going to happen because the Warriors just don't want it to happen. Are they afraid of the Kings? 11 o'clock hour coming up next. Down South, Sacktown Sports.
Cornbread.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, And there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more, Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water reel.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking up to 2 p.m., everybody wants a Jonathan Kuminga update. Allen, talk to your sources. We need an update. We need an update. We need an update. Well, I can tell you this much. Anthony Slater, who is as close to the situation as you can get of The Athletic, been doing this for a very long time, been working with the Warriors for a very long time. He was on with the Drive guys earlier this week, and he said the most likely scenario is Jonathan Kuminga returning to the Warriors on a compromise deal, 3 years, something like that, and getting traded in December for full value. Because right now, the Warriors can only take half back. So that's probably just what's going to happen. It is what it is. Now, as far as how we get there, this is from friend of the show, Brett Siegel, who was on earlier this week. He put out his Siegel scoops yesterday, and I'm planning on meeting up with Brett during Summer League, and that's where a lot of this stuff is going to happen. I'm not the only one that's going to be networking and schmoozing. Everyone is. This is what Brett had to say. There has not been any significant momentum from rival teams as it pertains to signing Kaminga to an offer sheet this offseason, league sources told Clutch Points. Although the Sacramento Kings are known to hold a strong interest in him, their sign and trade conversations with the Warriors never gained traction. If Kaminga were to be traded, Golden State would prefer not to send him to the Kings, sources said. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that. They don't want him to go to the Kings. Right? Now, would they rather keep him than send him to the Kings? That's what we're going to find out. He continues. Other teams previously mentioned as suitors for Kuminga have yet to seriously pursue him in free agency. The Kings ended Dennis Schroder and are hard capped at the first apron. The Miami Heat have also hard capped themselves at the first apron by trading for Norman Powell. Both teams would need to clear significant salary to make a serious push for Kuminga. All signs continue to point in the direction of a short-term reunion between Kuminga and the Warriors. Once Golden State comes to term with Kuminga, they will begin rounding out their roster with experienced veterans who have held out to this point in free agency. The Al Horfords of the world, DeAnthony Meltons, guys like that. That's me adding that in. Back to the article. With Summer League starting on Thursday, Kuminga and his camp are expected to meet with Warriors officials and other teams in Las Vegas, sources said. A resolution to its free agency is expected to come to light after these conversations are held. So, as it stands right now, before these conversations happen, most people close to the situation are of the mindset that Jonathan Kuminga will return on a short-term deal. Now, if they have a conversation during Summer League and it doesn't go well, and he says, hey, I might sign the qualifying offer, which could essentially screw both of us. I could just say, whatever he wants to do, and he doesn't want to do the short-term thing, then we will see what happens from there. But it's really the best situation for both sides because Kuminga can take his pay raise that he so much wants, and the Warriors in December can move him at a better value, at a much easier value and a much easier, cleaner way to get this done. If they want Malik Monk makes 18. Jonathan Kuminga, let's say he makes 22, 23. The Warriors sent, maybe it's Devin Carter, I don't know. Or the Kings send Devin Carter, Malik and Devin for one Jonathan Kuminga. That money would work based on what Jonathan Kuminga gets. I don't think he's getting over $25 million, but you never know. And if it's on a short-term deal, I don't see the Warriors doing that, but that's not source information. That's just my thought. I know 75 for 3 years has been thrown around, so maybe he gets there. Either way, the Kings can find, with Malik Monk bringing in 18, the Kings can find other players, the Terrence Davis of the world, guys like that to get there. So that can happen in December. So if you're the Kings as well, you can see a couple months of what you have. Obviously, it's not a lot of time, but they fired a coach after a couple months. So maybe after a couple months, they say, okay, we're at 25 games, whatever it is. Let's see what we can do with Kuminga. We don't like how this looks. Maybe Malik doesn't like the amount of time he's getting. Whatever it is, right? Maybe it's not Malik. Maybe it's DeRozan. Maybe the Warriors have a change of heart and say, we need to close. Who knows? But December 15th is where this stuff is going to open up if the Warriors sign into a short-term deal. And in the short term, Jonathan Kuminga and his camp are going to meet with the Warriors and their camp to see if they can come to a resolution, which guys like Anthony Slater feel like is going to be a 3-year deal with no intention of Jonathan Kuminga being in the Bay after that December 15th deadline to where things open up. That's just what it is. That's what it is. Now, other people in these streets can try to hype up things and make it seem like something's going to happen, but and that's what happened all this past weekend. But at the very, very, I guess, least, if you will, if anything happens, or at the very soonest, anything that's going to happen is going to happen at least once Summer League gets kicked off. Now, I know some Summer League stuff. I know they're doing the NBA Creator League and things like that with Marcellus Howard, who's really big in the YouTube space. I'm trying to get him on the show. He's going to be doing stuff. I know that starts today. But obviously, games and everything kicks off on Thursday. The who's who of the NBA is going to be there. Got Bronny, you got Cooper Flag. So a lot is going to happen within these next couple of days. Maybe we find out something this weekend, right? But if they decide we're going to just come to this short-term deal, then Kings fans and any fans that are interested in Jonathan Kuminga, that next date for you would be December 15th. That's just how the rules go. The only thing that could change is if that meeting, based on what we're hearing, is if that meeting goes horribly and they decide, okay, we're willing to move somebody else in addition to make, because as we've talked about, based on the rules that are currently set, if you wanted to do the Malik Monk deal right now, Jonathan Kuminga would come to the Kings. The Warriors would only be able to, send out or receive half of that. So it would be about, let's call it 12.5. Now, if they're bringing back Malik Monk, that math right there is about $6 million. So then they would have to send at least $6 million back to the Kings. So they'd be losing Guy Santos or maybe even Buddy Hield, who I know makes 9, they'd be losing Kaminga. They'd be losing Kaminga and a rotation player for Malik Monk. Why do that when they can just wait for December?
But it's also not that simple either, because now that Sacramento just made the salary matching, they made the Dennis Schroder signing a sign and trade and not using the mid-level exception, Sacramento now has to salary match. So they would have to get a third team involved to take one of the contracts into space that they have. So even if the Warriors could theoretically do that, the Kings would still have to send Malik Monk or someone making $15 million to another team just to make the matching happen, which is why before the Dennis Schroder signing got announced, they were trying to work on a sign and trade that sent Malik to Detroit, because that was going to clear the space necessary to execute a Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade.
So with all that being said, not to get too nerdy like we've been talking about, with all that being said, that's why this thing is probably going to go to December. That's just what it is. I would love to sit here and tell you that Jonathan Kuminga, I'm hearing that it's close. I'm not going to do that because that's not true from what I am hearing. This stuff is all out there. It got hot. How hot it got, I don't even know. Right? Brett Siegel said it didn't even get that hot. We had him on Monday or Tuesday. Go check it out on YouTube. So this is just what it is. It was, people were getting ready for some fireworks on the 4th of July. They had their barbecues ready. But the reality is nobody was in front of Bel Air purchasing the fireworks. They drove past the stand. Maybe they slowed down at the stand. Maybe they got out their car. But nobody ever picked up fireworks. Nobody ever got their Venmo ready. Nobody ever got their debit card, their Apple Pay. Never got that close. Because I think they all were under the understanding that we should just talk to Jonathan Kuminga during Summer League, have a conversation, probably get this short-term deal done, and then we can all say goodbye to each other in December.
And based on a lot of the reporting, it seems like even those conversations that were had were basically, we want a young player and a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray and a first-round pick. King said, no, we will offer you Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and 2 second-round picks.
And the Warriors told him to bleep off.
The Warriors said no. Maybe they said, can we compromise with Malik Monk? The Warriors said no, and that's the end of the conversation.
This is what I would do, right? They have this conversation. Kuminga gets on this deal because I will say this. We're not hearing anybody else talk about Jonathan Kuminga. I saw the Bucks for 2 seconds, the Miami Heat. Now they have Norman Powell. I think that both sides need to just take a step back. Jonathan Kuminga probably needs to do, you know me, I'm old school here. He probably needs to do another sit down with Anthony Slater and say, hey, I'm willing to do whatever I need to do. I'm getting paid $22 million. We feel good about it. But it is what it is. I'm not saying he's got to walk back the I'm the man stuff, but he needs to soften it up a bit. That's the last time we heard from Jonathan Kuminga. Now, I will say this. With the December 15th conversation being had, that still affects what Jason Anderson says, or I would say kind of empowers what Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee said as far as, hey, Devin Carter, this could be a bit of a tryout for Devin Carter during Summer League as a tryout as a point guard on the Kings, a tryout as a talent, a future talent on other teams. Because just because it doesn't happen now, I feel like a parent here. Hey, just because we're not getting you the new AirPods now, buddy, doesn't mean that you're not going to get them. Your birthday's coming up. Christmas is coming up. I feel like I'm a parent right now. But hey, just because a Kuminga deal might not happen today doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Who knows what's going to happen when they talk at Summer League, but Devin Carter still doing his thing. It behooves him, obviously, because people are trying to see who he is as a talent and a playmaker on the Kings, as a talent and a playmaker for the Kings in a possible deal, because maybe then it is Devin Carter and Malik Monk in December. If the Warriors say, hey, yeah, we're not sitting here thinking, oh, we saw Devin Carter in Summer League and he's going to save our you know what, but we do think he's got some potential. We've been interested, or there's a level of interest in Malik Monk. So all that stuff that's being said with Jason Anderson and others, it does matter. It might just not matter today or tomorrow or any time before Summer League.
It might not matter unless something dramatic changes in the Kuminga situation, which first from the Kuminga standpoint, right, how much money are you willing to risk if you're Jonathan Kuminga to potentially get out of San Francisco, right? Because if the offer we're talking about is $25 million a year, let's even say it's just like a 1-year deal and a 1-year option, right? So he can get out of it and go somewhere else if the Warriors decide not to trade him. You risk potentially tens of millions of dollars if that offer you think is going to be available next summer when teams have cap space isn't there. And if it's the 3-year 75 that Anthony, was it Slater or Brett Siegel mentioned before, the 3 for 75, I think it was Slater.
I thought it was Slater, but yeah, don't quote me.
If that's the theoretical deal that he's offered, are you going to risk potentially $50 million guaranteed if you sign on the dotted line to take a 1-year deal at 14 or 15 million to then opt out of it and get to free agency next year? This is the really tough situation for Kuminga, because you kind of just have to take the money and hope that it's all going to work itself out, unless you're really willing to risk that $50 million guaranteed to hopefully get that on the back end. And that's why he will probably end up coming back to the table with the Warriors, because there's just so much money on the table.
Yeah. So I'm just confirming here. So by the way, just and Kyle is learning this on the air as well. So Barahhenny, who we talked about at 10:30, his schedule has opened up. So we're going to have him on at 12 to talk Malik Monk and what he thinks about his value and his fit on the Raptors and other teams. So just got that update and wanted to share all of that with you. So 12 o'clock of The Athletic, he hosts a podcast on The Athletic. Barahhenny will join us at 12 to talk some Malik Monk and Malik Monk's value. But yeah, and here's the thing, man. I get updates, right? And I get, and by the way, I don't have a photographic memory, but I have whatever's left of a photographic memory. So a lot of these numbers, I see a lot of these numbers, and I don't know all of your names unless you say your name. But there are people that'll reach out and say, Allen, we want a Kuminga update. And then you have people that chime in. I know you're running around, dropping your iguana off at the vet or whatever it is. And they say, can we move on from Kuminga? Why are we still talking about this? So look, it is what it is. It's a 4-hour show. And look, we're talking about the offseason with the Kings here. There's no way we're doing a 4-hour show with 90% of it on the Kings and not talking Jonathan Kuminga. Sorry.
Well, and I think the underlying part of the Kuminga is if they don't end up with Kuminga, which Anthony Slater said is like 75% a possibility at this point, the Kings are going to add another player. They still have a $14 million mid-level exception and an open roster spot. They're going to add another guy. Now, which player they're going to add, we're not exactly sure. We know they're connected to Russell Westbrook, but they also need some help at the forward position.
Well, let me tell you this, because S is going to join us at 12:30. We are bumping up the free agent that everybody needs, that everybody wants. He is the answer.
Bradley Beal.
It is not. How tall is Bradley Beal? Does he
that's
pass?
A great question. Does he pass the Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox test?
I think he's perfect. I think he's 6. It probably says 6'4", but he's probably 6'3".
On his Basketball Reference, Bradley Beal is 6'4".
Yeah, he's 6'3", which is perfect. Bring him home. Where's Monty now with the Clippers?
Yeah. Guess who's going to sign Bradley Beal? It's the Clippers.
He has a type, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get not oxtails and cornbread, but can I get a combo guard? Get a combo guard, 6'3", lax defense.
Oxtails, ribs.
Preferably a bad contract. That's my type. That's Monty's type.
Bad contract is a plus. Doesn't have to be a bad. We'll take 6'2" guys of all shapes and sizes and contracts, but bad contract would be preferable.
Let's see what we can do here. But that's the update on Jonathan Kuminga. 916 says Kaminga is so overrated. I hope the Kings stay away from that headache / head case. Now, I don't know how we got there with Jonathan Kuminga. 916 says, a different 916, wouldn't even want Kuminga here on the MLE. He doesn't fit. Empty stat cashing bum. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, we didn't have to read that one.
Well, this is what people are saying.
That was a little rude.
This is what people are saying, man. 916. This might work in the Kings' favor by not getting Kuminga right now. More time to evaluate Devin Carter's value since we aren't too sure what it is. I agree. Again, we see Summer League. That gives you a couple months of the season to where, okay, you're sitting there, you're battling it out with Nick Clifford for playing time, or whoever it is Devin in the rotation in December? Because I think that matters.
But isn't that a little bit disappointing if
what part?
The former 13 pick in the draft, who was supposed to be a top 10 guy before the medical issues came out. I know it was a weak draft class, but the former lottery pick is by year 2 fighting for playing time in the rotation at 23 years old.
Is it though? I mean, he was the 13th pick. He wasn't the 3rd.
I get that those picks
and that, like you said, that draft was supposed to be trash.
Right. And picks, I guess my point is it picks 10 through 30. You kind of got a 50-50 shot that player's ever going to be an NBA player. So in theory, either Devin Carter or Nick Clifford, who are both picked between pick 10 and 30, one of them should hit. But I guess
Black hit. I'm headed to Vegas. I've seen Black hit 5 times in a row.
I guess it's just disappointing that you're not the team that's going to get both of them, especially because we haven't even seen if Nick Clifford is going to be anything in the NBA yet, right? So I guess it's just disappointing to potentially know right off the bat one of those two guys is not going to be a long-term contributor on the Kings.
You know what this is too, and maybe it's possible they both do. I do think we're getting real redundant here, but you know what this is too? We love kind of talking about PR and how certain players have bad PR. Like I said, Dennis Schroder has bad PR after he fumbled that bag. Karl Anthony Towns has terrible PR because he's got 4 voices.
DeAndre Ayton has terrible PR.
Ayton has terrible PR. I think that some of this, and I'm guilty of it too. I think that Devin Carter has some bad PR with amongst Kings fans. Not the NBA, because I don't think the NBA is really talking about Devin Carter, but I think that there's a couple of things. Nobody necessarily wanted the pick, right? The person who made the pick got fired
pretty quickly,
right? And then on top of that, he didn't really play. So Devin Carter is, to your point, the whole disappointing thing, Devin Carter is fighting a lot heading into this season. And, he's talking to his pops, who obviously played in the league. And, his quote was his pops got traded a lot. So they've talked about it. And his pops is going to help work him through. But this is going to test him. And he's either going to come out on the other side and people are going to say it was Nick Clifford who couldn't find time. Maybe both of them are really good, and it's a good situation for the Kings. But I think that Nick Clifford is being looked at differently than Devin Carter simply because most people didn't want the Devin Carter pick, and the dude who picked them and the front office that picked them, one's in Utah and one's in LA.
Yeah, and I guess the counter to that also is for a team that is contending, you hope that young players do get pushed to the back burner because that means the players that are on the team are playing well, right? Mm-hmm. You don't have time for development of young players because your proven NBA guys are doing well. And the Kings have a lot of those now with Dennis Schroder, Malik Monk, Zach LaVine. DeMar DeRozan, all of which play basically the same position throw Keon Ellis in there. They all play basically the same position as Devin Carter and Nick Clifford. But I guess you look at the Kings roster and you don't think that's going anywhere except an 8 seed or a 9 seed potentially in the play-in at its best. And so it feels like you're both stunting their developments and not competing in a win now situation. I guess it's just disappointing, the idea that only one of Devin Carter or Nick Clifford is going to be able to get the runway to potentially become an impact player.
Yeah, there's much more disappointing things that happen in every draft. When we return, like I said, I guess the theme of today is patience, because I know we want the Kings to make moves now, but maybe, just maybe, they should wait unless they get my guy, my free agent of the day. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Canes, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Play and win to take your loyalty to new heights at Sky River Casino. Join Sky River Rewards today for a chance to receive up to $2,500 in free play. Plus, you'll be in the know about upcoming special events and offers. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun with rewards that add up and up. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit us to see how. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are two new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Get ready to leap tall buildings in a single bound as DC Comics' Superman, the IMAX experience, flies onto the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen in downtown Sacramento.
No matter what you do to me, Luther, your plans won't work.
The Man of Steel is back. It's the beginning of a whole new adventure for Clark Kent. Grab the family and experience Superman's new epic adventure filled with hope. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Superman, the IMAX experience, playing this week on the largest screen in Sacramento, the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Free agent talk. And the free agents that are still available. Feels like things happened pretty quickly. And obviously the moves that we knew were going to happen. We knew Kevin Durant was going somewhere. I don't know that we knew that Desmond Bane was going to be on the move. I guess we thought that, hey, the Grizzlies are going to do something. Not sure what.
I think that was the most shocking trade.
I would say so too. Plus what the Magic gave up. I have a take on Paolo Banchero that I'm not going to share now, but let's just say it's a very important season for Paolo Banchero. And the other name I'm going to bring up is Justin Herbert.
Okay.
If you catch my drift.
I don't, but I'm curious to see where you go with that.
I don't think he has the same hype as Justin Herbert, but I'm starting to feel like somebody recently put Paolo Banchero in their top 10, right, on one of these athlete pods, and I'm thinking, okay, he's in the East. Can we get to a second round?
He's also, though, for the last, I think it's like 10 years, only him and Luka have averaged 28 points per game in the playoffs.
I like Paolo, but like I said, conversation for a different day. Right now, it's time for the Swatter Boy, the Slim Duck.
What?
Trey Boucher.
I feel like that gave it away.
Chris Boucher of the Toronto Raptors, or formerly of the Toronto Raptors, 32 years old, okay? He's played 407 games, 8.9 points per game, 5.1 rebounds per game, 0.5 assists per game for his career, 48.8% from the field, 33.9% from three, 77.9% from the free throw line. He goes 6'9", all right? Power forward, center, small forward. This past season, he played 50 games, 10 points per game, 4.5 rebounds per game, 0.7 assists per game, 49% from the field, 36% from three, 78% from free throw. All right, like I said, he is one of these kind of fours that we've been looking for. This past season, he played 17 minutes a game on the Raptors, a team that, you know, they're in the midst of doing whatever it is they're doing. Then they traded for Brandon Ingram, and he was injured, couldn't even play. In 2021, he was 8th in Sixth Man of the Year voting. Kyle, I think this is a guy who I'm a bit surprised that he hasn't got signed yet. I'm not sitting here and saying Chris Boucher is – now, if he had the conversation, who's better, Chris Boucher or Trey Lyles, they're probably worth a conversation, but he's going to give you a little bit more length there. Last two seasons, he played 50 games in 2024, 2025, 50 games in 2023, 2024. Then prior to that, in 2023, he played 76 games. In 2022, he played 80 games. And all these, he was on the Warriors for a hot time. He played one game with the Warriors. He's been in Toronto this whole time. And he did get that ring. He did get that ring, that 2018, 2019. He played 28 games, but he's a champion.
Oh, he is a champion.
He is a champion.
He's a champion the same way that Jeremy Lin is a champion from that Raptors team.
That's right. So, look, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors did. I think that the Kings should give him a look. I don't know. I feel like every day where you don't hear Trey Lyles being discussed, I feel like every day you don't hear that is a better chance that he comes back to the Kings, and I don't think you would need both of them. But if Trey Lyles does want to go somewhere else, then I think this is a conversation to have. So Bleacher Report, Kyle, they put out a list, the 25 best NBA free agents still available from our guy Eric Pincus and Chris Boucher on this list. A lot of Chris's here. They have Chris Boucher at number 10 on this list out of 25. Where do you think they have Trey Lyles at?
Oh gosh, that's a great question. I don't know. I'll say like 14.
They have Trey Lyles at 21.
What?
They have Trey Lyles at 21.
Trey Lyles movement.
That's have
crazy.
Yeah, and I guess they say turns 30 in November. Will he continue his career in Sacramento after 4 years with changes to the front office and coaching staff? He may be less of a priority. His minutes didn't dip much last year, but his three-point shooting did. That may have to do with the team losing its point guard, but it may be time for Lyles to move on. Prediction, Lyles may not find a home immediately, but he's a proven vet who can help the end of a team's bench or mentor younger players in a rebuild.
Aw, he's Jay Crowder.
He's not that yet. That's disrespectful. That's rude. That's more rude than the text. This is what they had to say about Chris Boucher. Boucher and he made $10.8 million last season. So right there in the MLE, go get him. Boucher is a long, athletic wing, but at 6'9", 200 pounds, and a propensity for launching threes, he's more of a small forward than a center. He earns his place in the league with his energy, but at 32 years old, he may not have widespread appeal. Still, teams gravitate towards size and scoring. Boucher averaged 10 points a game in just 17.2 minutes. He should find a new home before long. Prediction. This may seem repetitive, but perhaps the Golden State Warriors take a flyer. No, Eric Pincus. The Kings should take a flyer.
This is actually a fact.
On Chris Boucher. That's what I'm saying, Kyle. It's very simple to me. He can shoot the three. He's long. I think he's better than Dario Saric. I'm pretty sure he's better than Dario Saric. He would have played on the Nuggets. I'm fairly certain.
Well, Dario Saric last year shot 26% from the three-point line. So
he didn't play.
Yeah, I know. But let's go back to his season before. He is a better three-point shooter than Chris Boucher. Chris Boucher's best season is not as good as Dario Saric's 24, 23, 22, and 21 seasons. So
just take both of them. I'm not saying to get rid of Dario Saric. I'm saying to just add them. Go get length, man.
What does that mean for Isaac Jones? You're just a deep bench guy.
This goes back to what Scott Perry said yesterday, right? And how much he believes in this team right now and what he's trying to accomplish. If he is going to get Malcolm Brogdon and he's really trying to make some type of move this season, then I would make your team as good as possible and not just throw Isaac Jones out there to get him reps.
No, I
don't think Isaac Jones is better than Chris Boucher is my point.
I agree with that, but so last year when the injuries came up, right, let's just say it's Dario Saric and who knows, maybe Drew Eubanks will get some run. I don't think he will, but let's just say maybe he does. Then if one of those guys get hurt, yes, you definitely need a lengthy four.
Right.
At which point, didn't the Bleacher Report story just kind of say Trey Lyles might not find a home right away? Maybe there's a Trey Lyles type player or a Jay Crowder type player that happens to be available come training camp or come November that you can pick up on the fly then. But I'm just kind of...
You're saying you just don't need Boucher right now?
I'm saying you don't need Boucher and Dario Saric. I'm not saying Dario Saric is even going to be on the team come training camp. I just don't feel like you need both of them.
I think you do.
For a roster spot? Wouldn't you rather...
You read off the front court. What do I rather what?
would you rather that roster spot go to a young player or go to Boucher, who will be a contributor, but on a 1-year basis?
I guess this is my way of saying I'm not sure how much they should invest in Isaac Jones. I mean, I guess it's, and maybe I'm doing the thing because of, he's not a top pick, right? If this is if it's taking reps away from Maxime Reynaud, then okay, we could have that conversation.
It probably won't unless Reynaud and Sabonis are going to play together.
And that's what I'm saying. So as far as Isaac Jones is concerned, if you're trying to make this move, and let's not forget, I would be more so too, because somebody on social media said the Kings are in a perfect spot. They can stink, and they're going to stink and get a top pick in next year's draft, or they're going to surprise all of us and make a run. No, hold on. No, that's not what we've seen these last couple years. They're going to be a 9-10 and get a 13. They're the Raiders. They're going to get a 13th pick, a 10th pick, a 9th pick. No, that's not where they're headed. They're not going to stink.
I guess I'm doing less of a big picture thing and more so the third string power forward position is just not that important in the grand scheme of things.
It is when your second string is Dario Saric.
Would you rather the third stringer be Dario Saric, or we just say sayonara to Dario Saric? Because I'm like,
I just think it's by committee. I just think you got Boucher, you got Saric.
So goodbye Isaac Jones is that situation, which maybe that is. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying
Isaac Jones might be better than Dario Saric.
Totally could. In which case we say goodbye to Dario Saric.
I would say it like this. All I know, and maybe Trey Lyles is better than all three of them.
Yeah.
Right? All I know is that Chris Boucher is better, in my opinion, than Isaac Jones and Dario Saric.
Yes. And you're making the point of the number 3 we can figure out later. Mm-hmm. The number 2 is just not good enough right now.
Right.
And therefore you should bring in a Chris Boucher to play the 17 minutes per game that Keegan Murray is not going to be on the floor.
And if Isaac Jones can't beat out Dario Saric's skeleton, then that tells us all we need to know. And that's where I'm at with this. All right. When we return, as much as I want to talk about length, Brogdon is the conversation that's been coming up from the likes of the Stein line. But why? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here! And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67, plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We used advanced camera inspections and diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-689-2119. 800-689-2119. 800-689-2119.
Priority Tax Relief.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Barahhenny, host for the NBA Daily show on The Athletic, will join us in 15 minutes to talk Malik Monk and to talk about how he thinks Malik Monk could fit on the Raptors as S is out of Canada and a Raptors guy, and how he thinks Malik Monk could fit on other teams and what exactly could happen between the Raptors and the Kings, and just what are the Raptors doing? Okay, so that's coming up in about 15 minutes. Wanted to discuss this note from Mark Stein and Jake Fisher, and they had this to say on one of their Substacks, and the Substack came out 2 days ago. So the Dennis Schroder thing, based on all accounts, has been finalized or had been finalized by July 7th. It was just a matter of whether it was a sign and trade or not. They had a point guard. The Kings had a point guard when this was written, right? All of these scenarios, here's the quote. All of these scenarios, furthermore, are sure to have an impact on Malcolm Brogdon. League sources say that the Wizards are open to sign and trade discussions to facilitate Brogdon's exit from Washington, and a slew of teams have registered varying levels of interest in the 32-year-old. That list includes the Clippers, the Suns, the Lakers, as well as the Warriors, the Timberwolves, the Pelicans, the Kings, and the Bucks. So that's a lot of teams. That's 8 teams.
7 in the Western Conference.
8 teams, 7 in the Western Conference are interested in Malcolm Brogdon. I don't understand. That's what I'm saying, Kyle, as we kind of lead into the Malik Monk conversation. I'm kind of confused that the Kings still feel like they need to use a roster spot on another point guard with Malik Monk on this roster. Malik Monk is not a primary point guard. I know that. And it's more than Malik Monk, unless they're still trying to move him, right? Which is another conversation. But right now, with Dennis Schroder, Malik Monk, I'm saying Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. I won't even count Keon and Devin. That's still 4 guys, and Domantas Sabonis. That's 5 guys that can at the very least initiate your offense, one being a primary point guard in Dennis Schroder, and another being kind of a secondary ball handler in Malik, and then a tier below that would be Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. I'm just not understanding, because you kind of, I don't want to say disagreed with me, but you still feel like they need more playmaking or another point guard. I just don't, whether it's Westbrook, Brogdon, whoever, I just don't feel like they still need that.
I guess I would say this. They definitely don't need wings. They've got wings that can do everything. You want
small, yes. They don't need any more wings under 6'6", 6'7".
Just saying 2s and 3s.
Yes.
Right? They've got 2s and 3s that can defend. They've got 2s and 3s that can shoot. They've got 2s and they've just got a gluttony of wings that can do pretty much everything, but none of them is good enough to do everything. And so that's why people complain about, having Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter, Neat Clifford, and Terrence Davis, if you want to count him. They don't need a center, A, because they have Sabonis, and B, they've made the call. They're going to prioritize Maxime Reynaud's development.
And I love that, by the way. Love it.
So that leaves us with point guards, or I should say primary ball handlers and playmakers, and lengthy power forwards, essentially. You can play multiple power forwards together, but just a lengthy 4. They've got 1 point guard, they've got 1 4, and I think after that you have shaky ground for both, right? You have no other true point guards on the roster. You have Dario Saric and Isaac Jones, which we just talked about in the last segment. I think they need both, but they're only going to prioritize one because they have only one roster spot in the MLE.
Okay, bear with me here, all right? I'm going to go through, and I get it. Some of these guys are some of these teams are just out in a different stratosphere than the Kings. How many point guards do the Thunder have? I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the 2 conferences. The Thunder. How many primary ball handlers do the Thunder have?
I would say they have 2, but that is because Jalen Williams is kind of a point forward player. He's a good ball handler. I would say 2.
Okay, but they don't have. You said point guard.
Point guard 1.
Is Jalen Williams a better point guard, point handler, whatever, than Malik Monk? He's a better player. I don't know that, Kyle.
During the finals, they had Jalen Williams being their primary ball handler for half of the time.
How many point guards do the Rockets have? They never had. They played the whole season without their point guard. They were the 2 seed.
They ain't got no point guards.
That's number. And
I mean, they got Fred.
They got Fred, and I just read Reed Shepherd is going to get more time, but again, Kevin Durant can handle the point. They got a unicorn. So these teams have unicorns. I get it. It's not apples to apples, but you see my point.
Well, and they also have Şengün, who facilitates the offense.
The Lakers, more unicorns. With Luke, you got Luka, you got LeBron.
Yeah.
And you got Austin Reeves. I would say. Austin Reeves is more Malik Monkey.
They also still had Shake Milton, right? Like, even if you want to get deep in the weeds, they still had a point guard.
And gave it whatever. The Nuggets, they got one. They got one.
Yeah, they got one. But they also have Jokic, which, again, this could lead to a Sabonis conversation.
Clippers.
They got
James,
and they had Ben Simmons. They decided they needed a second ball handler.
Don't ever say that.
They chose that. They had James, and they decided they needed another one.
The Timberwolves have 2 point guards that never have the ball.
Yes.
With Mike Conley and Rob Dillingham.
But that's why instead of point guards, it should be ball handlers, right? Anthony Edwards is an excellent ball handler.
But that's what we're disagreeing on.
Yes.
I think Malik Monk is a good enough ball handler to where if I'm in the war room with the Kings right now, another ball handler, point guard, whatever, now that I've got Dennis Schroder, it's not that high on my list.
I don't think Malik Monk is as good, and maybe that's the difference too there. But also, one, they're going to have Sabonis run some, and they're going to end up short on something, right? Because of the gluttony of wings that they tried to move on from, and the fact that DeRozan just can't play the 4 because he can't defend 4s, they're going to end up short somewhere. But I don't know which one is better or worse to prioritize.
We'll go quickly here. Warriors, they got Steph and Pods, who neither of them
Pods is crazy.
They have one, Steph, because I don't even think Pods is
They got 1.5.
They got 1.5. They got one in another Jack Harlow joke. I'm gonna let it go though. Grizzlies, Desmond Bane is not playing.
Scottie Pippen Jr.
He's not better than Malik Monk. He's not.
As a ball handler, there's some debate.
Mavericks, weird situation. Suns, who cares? Blazers, Scooty.
Pelicans, who cares?
My point is, I just think they have enough. All right. When we return, we have a Malik Monk conversation with somebody close with the Raptors, and he hosts a show for The Athletic, and he is very much so high on Malik Monk and would welcome a deal for Malik to go to the 6. We're talking to S. Barahhenny from The Athletic. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. 66666.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Prime Day is here. With great kitchen deals, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, prime member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Shop great Prime Day deals now.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, and there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more. Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Hi, Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Whitey here with another great grilling tip. The Napoleon Stainless Steel Prestige 500 Connected Propane Grill with infrared side and rear burner featuring Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity brings you closer to your grilling experience than ever before. The Napoleon Connected lets you monitor temperatures, set timers, and receive high temp warnings. Boop, boop. All from your smartphone with temperature probes and LCD display. You'll always know exactly what's happening inside your grill. Napoleon's LED control knobs even illuminate for nighttime entertaining and feature safety glow. Napoleon grills, simply the best.
Get ready to leap tall buildings in a single bound as DC Comics' Superman, the IMAX experience, flies onto the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen in downtown Sacramento.
No matter what you do to me, Luther, your plans won't work.
The Man of Steel is back. It's the beginning of a whole new adventure for Clark Kent. Grab the family and experience Superman's new epic adventure filled with hope. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Superman, the IMAX experience, playing this week on the largest screen in Sacramento, the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock hour, 2 more hours with you, and we are really, really happy to be joined by our guy, S. Barahhenny of the NBA Daily Show on The Athletic. S, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, man. I appreciate you guys.
I know you were running around today and there was some scheduling stuff, so we really do appreciate you taking the time. So I'll throw you a softball here. I don't know if it's considered a softball or not. Hey, S, what are the Raptors doing? What are they doing right now?
Yeah, it's a good question, man. There's for the most part, I would say that their roster is set. But they do have some financial questions heading into next season just because they are a little bit above the first apron, definitely acting as a luxury tax team right now. And so the question becomes, well, how long do they want to be a luxury tax team? How long do they want to stay in the first apron? They have until the end of next season to get themselves out of that luxury tax and not have to fork up any money tax-wise, but I think right now, given where they are financially, and obviously the Jakob Poeltl extension, Emanuel Quickley, RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram, they're locked into a lot of money for their core, and so naturally the question becomes, hey, are they going to be moving any of these guys to maybe alleviate some of that pressure?
Talking to S. Barahhenny of the NBA Daily podcast for The Athletic. So what piqued my interest, and obviously we follow each other, and you got some great stuff. Be sure to follow S on social media. I follow him on X. And what piqued my interest, and I wanted to have you on the show, you said this last night: Malik Monk averaged 13 drives a game and shot 50% on those drives. That would instantly be number one on the Raptors in both aspects, efficiency and quantity. And then you went on to say it would very much so welcome a trade for him. So Malik Monk is a guy that you think the Raptors could kind of add on. And I guess the question would be, to just kind of make a mock trade here, who would you be willing to give up to go get him? How much do you value Malik Monk and what you see him bringing to the Kings table right now?
First of all, I will say, and this is from an outsider's perspective, but I kind of am stunned that the Kings are even entertaining the idea of trading Malik Monk. Now, I know obviously there is sort of the roster questions of, what will happen with DeMar DeRozan and what might happen with Domantas Sabonis down the line. And obviously, naturally, that brings up the question of what happens with Malik Monk, especially with their current guard rotation. But personally, I just think what Monk brings to the Kings as this firecracker, microwave type scorer who can explode offensively, has grown and improved as a playmaker, in my opinion. Really works well in dribble handoff scenarios and pick and roll situations with Sabonis. I thought he's developed like a very potent chemistry with Sabonis in those pick and roll actions and dribble handoff actions. So I'm surprised that there's even this conversation that they might move him, especially because, in my opinion, he's on a pretty good value contract. Now, that being said, from the Raptors situation, I think RJ Barrett makes sense there. Obviously, if from the Kings perspective, there's the Scott Perry connection with him being in New York, him and RJ Barrett and Emanuel Quickley, we're all there together. And so naturally that becomes a connection that people make. And from the Raptors perspective, they've always been interested in Malik Monk. In Charlotte, when he was hitting free agency, the Raptors were a team that was lurking to see if they could get him before he went to the Lakers. And, even after he went to the Lakers and was up for a bag and eventually went to Sacramento, the Raptors were interested again. And they've had conversations in the past about trying to find a way to get Malik Monk. I don't know if they revisit that at this point, but it's naturally a conversation that happens here, especially given the Raptors' financial implications and how high value, in my opinion, Monk's contract is.
Well, and I guess that's the other question with the Raptors and moving on from Masai Ujiri. How aggressive do you think they'll be, whether it's about Malik Monk or anybody, or could this be more of a chill summer?
Truthfully, it feels like it might be a chill summer. I think they will want to see how this group moves and starts the season. They just really haven't had an opportunity to see this group healthy whatsoever. Even when they acquired Brandon Ingram at the trade deadline last year, he didn't play in any of the games after the trade deadline, and especially after the All-Star break, he didn't play any games for the Raptors. And so I think they want to see how this group works initially to start the year, and then maybe they revisit things at the trade deadline, whether it be trading someone like RJ Barrett, who is obviously a hometown kid and has had career years here in Toronto so far since he's arrived. And so I think he's a better player than he was when he was in New York. But this is something that they probably will end up revisiting at the trade deadline because they'll need to shed some money.
We keep hearing about that trade deadline. Talking to S. Barahhenny of the NBA Daily podcast for The Athletic, also does a video hosting for Raptors Republic and some work for Bleacher Report NBA as well. Let's stick with RJ Barrett, because a term that we've been hearing is the second draft, right? And RJ Barrett gets moved in that big deal for OG. He leaves the Big Apple. He's in Toronto. So really, for RJ Barrett, would you count it as a second draft or third draft if he makes his way to the Kings? Do you think he got a fair shake with the Raptors? Did the Raptors ever, I don't know. I mean, obviously he got playing time, but did they ever invest in him? Or do you think it was kind of always the plan? We're going to see what happens. If he pops, then great, but it's not really a long leash. They draft obviously Grady Dick and other guys. It just feels like the Raptors were never really committed to RJ Barrett in that way.
I don't know if I see it that way. I think when they acquired Barrett and Quickley in that trade for OG, sending OG to the Knicks, I think the way that they envisioned it was just getting players back that could potentially be a part of the core moving forward. They obviously extended Quickley to that 5-year contract, and Unfortunately, he had an injury-riddled first season with the Raptors. Meanwhile, Barrett really refined his game, and Raptors head coach Darko Rajakovic has mentioned that, a lot of the things that RJ does remind him of Manu Ginobili in the way that he's incredible finishing at the basket. Now, obviously, he hasn't reached the levels of Manu, obviously, but what he can do physically as a scorer, the way he can get to his left hand pretty consistently, the way he's improved as a playmaker. I mean, for the first couple of months of last season, RJ Barrett was one of the best pick and roll playmakers in the entire NBA. And so that's an area of growth for him. They've allowed him to thrive. They've kind of given him that opportunity and those touches to develop the tertiary areas of his game. The question moving forward is how he fits alongside the rest of this group with Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram and Jakob Poeltl. There's not a ton of spacing in that starting lineup. And so naturally, the inclination is to, Grady Dick can space the floor, and Jacoby Walter can space the floor, and Ochai Agbaji can do the same. And so how do they fit in versus what RJ provides as more of a downhill threat? That's the question moving forward with this Raptors team. How do all of these how do you feed all of these people, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of mouths to feed offensively. Where are those touches going to go, right?
Seems like a different version, the different page of the same book with the Sacramento Kings and trying to figure out, hey, we got talent. It's just a matter of making all of it work. Emanuel Quickley, he's been, like you said, he was injured a bit. Some people, we've been doing trade candidates, and Emanuel Quickley came up, and the conversation was whether or not he's on a bad contract. Now that you're seeing some of these other players get paid and how, the Chandler Parsons of the world aren't getting these crazy deals anymore, how do you view Emanuel Quickley's contract and the money he's making, $30+ million a year?
Yeah, it's really interesting, truthfully, because you look at restricted free agency right now, and there's 4 players who are negotiating with their respective teams, and Jonathan Kuminga, Josh Giddey, Cam Thomas, and I'm forgetting another one, but there's 4 guys right now who are in restricted free agency who are negotiating with their teams to try and get some money. And the Raptors were in a similar situation with Emanuel Quickley last year. He was entering restricted free agency. Instead of dealing with the headache of, negotiating whatnot, they, in good faith, gave him a healthy contract, $32.5 million per year. It's flat. I think that contract will look better as it ages because as the salary cap goes up, the percentage of the cap in which that contract is, the cap hit, as you will, is a little bit less. But right now, especially coming off of those injuries and an injury-riddled year, it's tough to say that it has too much value right now. I think ultimately the Raptors wouldn't be in a position to trade him because they wouldn't be trading him for much. It's that they would have to recoup the value of a guy like Quickley, get it to a point where it makes a lot of sense, and then trade him if they wanted to. But again, what he provides to this Raptors team is really important because they lack shooting already, and Quickley was one of the best, catch and shoot, pull up guys as well. So they'll need his 3-point shooting if they want to have a successful season next year.
Couple more for you. Talking to S. Barahhenny of the NBA Daily podcast for The Athletic. Brandon Ingram, I got to say, as I was a bit stunned when Brandon Ingram got moved to Toronto. I think we all felt like
honestly, we all were, man. I know. Yeah.
Well, with that being said, and then he obviously didn't play too much or at all once he gets that contract. Was that a head scratcher? Are you in on the Brandon Ingram thing? Because a lot of people thought he was going to maybe mess around and come to Sacramento. We thought we needed spacing and then got DeMar DeRozan. So we were all incorrect. Right. What did you think about that Brandon Ingram move?
Yeah, look, it's banking on Ingram being a healthier version than what he was in New Orleans. I think the main question with him was always missed time. I've mentioned this before, but he's only had one season where he's played more than 65 games in his career. And so that's the main question moving forward with BI. I think if he does end up having healthy seasons with Toronto, then, the trade that they made in order to acquire him, which was Kelly Olynyk, Bruce Brown, and a 2026 first-round pick that was not their own, that was fair value. If anything, it was probably a bargain for a player with the abilities of Brandon Ingram. You think about a guy who is a proficient scorer, has improved as a playmaker, and truthfully, the way the Raptors offense is set up, they've needed someone like BI to shoulder some of the load. You know, Scotty Barnes is not there yet as a scorer. Maybe one day he develops and becomes more of a go-to guy. But at this point, he's more of a guy who can feed off of actions from other players and work in the dunker spot, work in, you know, as basically a pick and roll hub to be able to get downhill. Brandon Ingram can alleviate some of that pressure from him to be that scorer. And I think the Raptors had success with Pascal Siakam and Scotty Barnes together because of that fact. Maybe they can do the same with BI. So I came into the trade a little bit surprised, but now I'm more bought in given the issues that the Raptors have had offensively in recent years.
So, and one more for you, talking to Barahhenny of the NBA Daily Podcast for The Athletic. One more for you. And I had this all lined up for you, and after talking to you, I think it's pretty clear now. We've been trying to, manifest a DeMar DeRozan return to Toronto. You're talking about the lack of spacing already. Any interest from the Raptors? You think maybe RJ Barrett, DeMar DeRozan, something? Or do you think there's too many mid-ranges being shot on the team already?
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense for this team anymore. I mean, DeMar is going to be a Hall of Famer. He's a wildly talented scorer, obviously a fan favorite here in Toronto. But I don't think he necessarily makes sense for this team at this point in time. I was surprised. I thought it would end up being Miami to trade for DeMar. You know, there was those rumors that was circulating. Obviously, they ended up trading for Norm Powell, so I think they're out of those sweepstakes. But I'm really curious where DeMar ends up because he can alleviate some pressure from anybody. I'm thinking like maybe the Atlanta Hawks need a guy who can take some pressure off of Trey Young, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe there's another team out there. Maybe Boston in their gap year is willing to use another scorer in DeMar to alleviate some of the pressure off of Jaylen Brown. What DeMar can do can fill a lot of holes for certain teams, but unfortunately not the Toronto Raptors at this point.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You know, I was looking at everything you have on your Twitter page, and look, I thought I was busy. It looks like you're running around doing a bunch of stuff, so we appreciate you taking the time. It says in arena for Raptors 905. So are you doing sideline? Because I do a little bit of in-game hosting as well. So are you doing sideline reporting, or are you hyping people up?
All of the above, man. So I do in arena hosting. I throw T-shirts to people when it comes to the 905, but I do sideline reporting for the CBL. The goal is to eventually do sideline reporting for the NBA. Obviously host the podcast for the NBA Daily and, video content for Raptors Republic and Bleacher Report. But I know you yourself, you're a very busy man as well. Getting to it. I got to go grocery shopping. Speaking of busy, but I appreciate you having me on. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you, man. We will talk to you soon. Great stuff. That was Barahhenny of the NBA Daily show on The Athletic, and a lot of other stuff. Be sure to follow him on social media. Yeah, a couple of the names that he brought up, now that we see the Hawks interested in trying to make a run at this in a wide open Eastern Conference. Maybe they're interested in DeMar DeRozan. He did say that Malik, I did not know that. I did not know that the Raptors were interested in Malik Monk when he hit free agency after the Hornets. So now obviously things have changed and Masai is gone, but you never know what could happen. It doesn't feel like that is going to happen. He says he thinks it's going to be a chill summer with some of the moves that have been made, but at the same time, they do need spacing. I know Malik had a down year shooting the basketball, but yeah, the mid-range, the inside, Scotty Barnes, they keep, like he said, Jakob Poeltl, Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram, RJ Barrett. He says there's no spacing in that starting lineup, and a lot of it is coming off of the bench. Maybe Malik for RJ Barrett. Could I convince myself? Now, to me, no disrespect to Dennis Schroder, I believe that people and Kings fans would accept an RJ Barrett not for Dennis Schroder, RJ Barrett for Malik Monk deal in a much better way than sign and trade for some of it is PR, as I joke, but in a much better way than what we had discussed with the sign and trade for Dennis Schroder. If they go get RJ Barrett from Malik Monk, I feel like, okay, we'll see what RJ Barrett can do. You know, he's got some size on him. He can shoot. He can, as was talking about his ability to pick and roll, things like that.
I mean, that would more so be signaling that this is the end of DeMar DeRozan in Sacramento, because RJ Barrett would slide into that spot in the rotation most likely. I just don't know.
Right, because now it's the same Jonathan Kuminga conversation. You make that move, and you'd have to move somebody else to make the money exactly work. But the bottom line is you're moving a bench player for a starter. You're moving bench players for a starter. Now you still got 5 starters.
Yeah, and when we talked about RJ Barrett before, we talked about how he's got some point forward abilities. He would be a good secondary ball handler.
Okay, well, that's all you need.
RJ Barrett, I would feel more comfortable about than Malik Monk being your secondary ball handler in addition to Dennis Schroder, which I know Dennis Schroder wasn't there very long, but Dennis Schroder and RJ Barrett played together for like a month.
Yeah.
Before they traded Dennis Schroder to the Brooklyn Nets. They were together for, I think it was like 10 games in Toronto.
Would you do it? I mean, here's the thing. And S kind of caveated all of it saying, I don't know why the Kings want to move Malik Monk. And I don't know if it's just a matter of them thinking, as I've mentioned before, he's a luxury, not a necessity. So I don't think the Kings need to move Malik Monk, and definitely not if you're not going to get back value. But if you are going, if the Kings are saying, no, we are going to move Malik Monk, he just doesn't fit what we're trying to do, then I would gladly welcome RJ Barrett, because at least you're taking a swing at something.
This is just the balancing the roster thing, right? Malik Monk becomes a luxury on a team that's paying, just doing quick math, $73 million to Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, right. He shouldn't be viewed as a luxury because it's a good contract, but because your other contracts are a little rough.
He became a luxury when you traded De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine, essentially, and completely reinvented your roster construction. They tried to move him to point guard. It didn't really work that great. It not only did again, it was confusing, but also it took away from what Malik Monk did best, right? Even if you put him at the one position, it took away from the things that made Malik Monk excellent in the first place. And you should put that player in the position to succeed based on what their best skill sets are.
You move Malik for RJ. You move Malik for RJ.
You probably move DeRozan for an expiring
I was going to say that Terry Rozier in 2 seconds, but then you still go get Russell Westbrook.
So you're doing all of this. I guess I've pivoted my mind to like trade deadline now, because I just assume everyone's coming back. Toronto doesn't even have anyone running their team right now.
So they're not doing anything
I guess
now.
At the deadline, it's more flexible because, again, DeRozan would have half a year left. The team that he gets traded to could buy him out. He could theoretically go to a team at a $4 million a year number instead of a $25 million a year number because someone's paying his buyout. And maybe that's happier for everyone. But again, a lot of teams are going to make a lot of moves at the trade deadline, not just to try and compete out of what Brett Siegel talked about wanting to have that sense of urgency, but also a lot of teams are positioning their cap space for 2026 and 2027 when there's going to be
some big names. Not
just big names, medium-sized names. I mean, there were no medium-sized names available in free agency this year outside of Jonathan Kuminga and Josh Giddey, who's obviously going to go back to the Bulls. I think there's even just a plethora of names. Even like a Porzingis is going to be available next year.
I saw this, and I don't know if you came across it either, but I saw a report that the Celtics may or may not. Yeah, it was Windhorst that said that the Celtics may be trying to move Anthony Simons. I thought that was fascinating because he's on an expiring contract. So just made me think, well, what are the Celtics trying to do?
Just pay down that contract a bit. I'm trying to think, like,
Yeah, I'm trying to think if they going back to the DeMar thing.
I mean, it wouldn't be DeMar specifically, but like, is there a player on a 1-year, $18 million contract, or maybe they get 2 players and they buy out one of them and that somehow saves them money against the cap? I'm not.
Yeah.
I just assumed they were just going to ride it out for 1 year with Simons and he would be their Jason Tatum replacement.
They don't want to spend. They are being very frugal. I have this here from Celtics Lead. It's just a proposed trade. Bucks get Anthony Simons. Nets get Kyle Kuzma, 2 second-rounders and a first-round swap. And then the Celtics would get Nick Claxton, which that might be that's a very interesting trade. That's
I was just thinking about this. Is Nini Keita their starting center right now? Because they lost Porzingis, they lost Cornette. Have they added?
Yeah, and Horford. They just said Horford's not coming back. It's a tough one. They just don't have a center at this point. Oh, overrated.
That's right. They still have Xavier Tillman, who played a little bit for them. But wow, I just pulled up that depth chart for the Celtics. It is looking rough.
Yeah, Brett Siegel broke down why there's value in waiting for the trade deadline, which is what the Kings might have to do. We discuss when we return and take your calls, 916-339-1140 on Southside Sports.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? The answers will tell you which tees to play, according to Josh Sens in Golf Magazine. Deep down, you know you shouldn't be playing from the tips, but it's common for golfers to play from too far back. Aside from higher scores, rounds become a grind and golf becomes much less fun. After several years of research, the USGA unveiled a new data-driven offering to find the proper tees called Best Tees. If you know how far you hit your 7-iron, Best Tees will tell you which tee boxes to play. A typical male golfer should be playing from 6,100 yards and a typical female golfer from 4,400 yards. Most players have a good idea of their 7-iron distance, with average male's distance of 138 yards and average female's of 100 yards. Throw out the occasional perfect shot, which travels more than those distances, and concentrate on your average. This will allow you to reach the vicinity of most greens in regulation and let you hit a variety of clubs on approach shots. Leave your ego at home and give it a chance. You'll have more fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came back to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
I was going to make a joke about breaking news, but I didn't want Kyle not to get the joke. NBA Cup.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
So, the NBA Cup, the groups are out. The group stage is set. And in the West Group A, it's the Utah Jazz, the Phoenix Suns, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Sacramento Kings.
I feel like that's kind of the best of both worlds. Like, you get
it's very good and very bad.
You get the two worst teams, but you also get like maybe the two best teams in the West.
Very weird for the Thunder, because I'm trying to think. The Celtics won, and nobody really cared as far as them going. Like, after you win the championship, how do you even approach the NBA Cup?
What do you mean?
What I'm saying, who cares? We just won the whole thing.
But no one cared before.
No one cares before, yep. But I would argue, my point is, I think the Kings might come out of this group, because I just think the Thunder are going to care so little.
Allen, they're still, let's not forget, this is the same Thunder team that in 3 matchups against the Kings, none of which had Jalen Williams, they beat them by 24 points per game.
I don't know how to explain it. But it's almost as if they're not gonna lose on purpose, but we don't want the NBA Cup.
Okay, so then what? They're gonna lose to the Timberwolves? Like,
I'm telling you, I think the Kings are getting out of this group. They'll lose in the first knockout round, but I think they'll get out of this.
Well,
group.
There's still a wild card spot. They could lose to the Thunder and still get in on wild card.
I'm telling you, man, the Thunder basically they will lose on purpose.
Do you think the Thunder are going to throw the NBA Cup, a game that matters for the regular season?
I'm not saying they throw it. I'm saying if somebody needs to rest.
They could rest 3 guys and the Kings would still lose.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Isaiah Joe could come out here and beat the Kings still. They got so many guys.
He did not play in he got banged from the lineup.
Well, he wasn't really playing much in the regular season either. He was just, I think it was against Minnesota. He was just randomly playing like 15 minutes a game.
Case and Wallace. So that's your Emirates NBA Cup, West Group A, the Kings, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, the Suns, and the Jazz. We are about to hear from Brett Siegel as far as the value in waiting for the trade deadline. I know I've been preaching patience during this whole show. I know you don't want to hear it, but that's just what it is. Here is TC, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Hey, Allen, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
What's up? Hey, so check it out. Hey, I got something on the Malik Monk. I think I called about it before with Toronto. So check it out. We all love Malik out here, bro. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I'm gonna speak for me because everybody else can speak for themselves. Mm-hmm. But it's feelings and it's a business, right? The feeling part is where everybody is at right now. Man, that's Malik. No, don't send him nowhere. He can't go nowhere. Not. So that's my dog. The business side of it is R.J. Barrett is a better fit and is squeezed in, and we need him on this team, and he'll make this team better, right? If Malik Monk left for R.J. Barrett, bro, we wouldn't lose a beat, and we will be straight, bro.
Thanks for the call, TC. Here's the thing. I think I agree with TC from a talent perspective. I believe that RJ Barrett has a higher ceiling than Malik Monk. But to your point, Kyle, if you still have DeMar DeRozan on this roster, so it's Kaminga with RJ Barrett instead of Kuminga because Malik is off the bench. So who are you moving to the bench? Or are you moving Dennis? You ain't after yesterday's press conference. No. Dennis Schroder ain't coming off nobody's bench.
It's bye DeMar DeRozan in that situation.
So I'm just saying, to TC's point, I don't think just swapping them is a better fit. I think Malik Monk is a better fit on this team right now. If you want RJ Barrett, you're either going to start RJ Barrett at point guard and move Dennis Schroder to the bench, or you're going to move. Now, I'll give you this, TC. If DeMar DeRozan, to the conversation we had yesterday, says, you know what, I'm down to try out the bench thing, and maybe the Clippers or whoever come get me come trade deadline, and they know that I'm willing to come off the bench, and you bring DeMar off the bench, then, yeah, I would take DeMar coming off the bench and adding RJ Barrett and moving on from Malik. I would agree with TC there. But if you're just adding him to this roster and DeMar DeRozan is refusing to come off the bench, and now you're bringing Dennis Schroder off the bench, I don't think that's a better fit than what the team currently is.
No, you make that move with a concrete plan of what you want to do with DeMar DeRozan. Either that's move him to the bench, buy him out, trade him to a team that's going to play him, or trade him to a team that's going to buy him out, right? You've got, because RJ Barrett, if you trade for RJ Barrett, he has to be your starting three, right? You cannot acquire a player with 2 years and $28 million per year on his contract without putting them as your starting three on a team with Zach LaVine, right? Of course, Zach LaVine's going to be the starting two. So you have to make room for RJ Barrett if you're making that acquisition, because RJ Barrett reflects potentially your long-term solution at the three. Right. That DeMar DeRozan is apparently not if you're making this trade.
So let's say DeMar, and I believe this is TC on the text line, just saying, DeMar coming off the bench, I'm not caught in that Hall of Fame status stuff. That might be TC, might not. But DeMar comes off the bench. If he was willing, hey, cool, trade deadline, I'm probably going to get moved. All right, all good. So RJ Barrett, Dennis Schroder, Keegan Murray, Zach LaVine, and Domantas Sabonis. I like that. And I like the fact that you're getting a little bit younger. Now you've lost Malik Monk, but you're getting younger in the starting lineup, and DeMar DeRozan is going to be gone at some point anyway. So unless you're trading for another 36-year-old, I think you would be in the process of getting younger and more athletic. So I would think about that. A lot of stuff has to go right. Not sure if the Raptors are even willing to make any moves, but we were talking to our guy S. Barahhenny, who hosts the NBA Daily for The Athletic and is in Toronto, does a lot of stuff with the Raptors, and he's high on Malik Monk, and the Kings were able to get him after the Laker deal, but coming out of Charlotte, the Raptors had already been interested in Malik Monk. So this has been going on for a while, and I'm not against it. I'm seeing some texters come in, 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation. 530 says, all the talk last season was Monk choosing to turn down more money to stay in SAC, which turns out may not have been true. Got a lot of people in their feelings about Monk. Now, we do know that there was another offer, at least one other offer. But yes, I was told / shown things that said, okay, it wasn't as if Malik turned down 5 teams to stay in Sacramento. I'm not in my feelings on Malik Monk, even though he's my favorite player on the team. If you're going to lose Malik Monk for enough value. And I'm a pizza guy. And I didn't think Dennis Schroder sign and trade was enough value. If it's RJ, and again, I'm not saying you have to move Malik Monk, but if the front office, for whatever reason, feels like they'd like to do that, if you do that for RJ Barrett. So it might be Malik in based on the money, because RJ's making what, mid-20s?
28.
So that's Malik and Devin. That's Malik and Devin.
And maybe Dario Saric.
That's Malik and Devin for
the math equation.
Right. That's Malik and Devin for RJ Barrett. Do I feel like that's too much for RJ Barrett? Maybe. I don't know.
Well, it depends how you feel about RJ Barrett, right? Because the Malik sign and trade, we can connect the dots and figure out that the Malik sign and trade to Detroit in the Dennis Schroder deal was going to precipitate a Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade, right? It's the Warriors didn't want Jonathan Kuminga, but they were going to have to move Malik's contract, so they would have done the sign and trade situation with Detroit as the third team. If they had ended up with Schroder and Kuminga for, to your point, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, Dario Saric in 2 seconds, I feel like people would feel good about that because it would be closer to the direction of going younger, seeing if Kuminga has higher upside. But RJ Barrett is the same age as Keegan Murray and has averaged 22 points per game over the last 2 seasons. Like, it's not.
He's older. He is older.
He's older than Kuminga, yes, but is not old either.
No. He's not old, but he's 25.
Yeah.
He's 25, so a smidge older than Keegan, and obviously Kuminga's 22. But
yeah,
but 22.
But again, like, RJ Barrett right now is obviously a better player than Kuminga, but people are hopeful that in 3 years Kuminga could be something greater than this. But again, what we're talking about with RJ Barrett is the same situation with Kuminga.
I think that RJ Barrett, to some of the people that aren't fans of Jonathan Kuminga, RJ Barrett could be lower risk, I would say lower risk, slightly lower reward. You know, he's on that contract already. Yeah, he might not be a superstar the same level that Kuminga could, but you're not dealing with any of the Kuminga give me the rock drama, at least not from what I've heard. Maybe we can have S back on, and maybe there is some of that, but we didn't hear about any of that. When we return, we hear from Brett Siegel on why there is value in waiting for the trade deadline. Allen Stiles, Tech Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, and there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more. Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise Guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Is your AC on the fritz? Call Bell Brothers. Looking to replace your old unit with a 0% financing and no payments for 12 months on approved credit? Call Bell Brothers. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise Guys. Call today to get a free estimate on a new HVAC system, or simply schedule your $87 AC Precision tune-up to keep your system running smoothly. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be us in Vegas, baby. Just that this song just plays in Vegas 24/7.
Really?
I don't know.
I wouldn't have guessed that, you know?
Pretty much.
This is what I think of like Miami nightclub.
That's true.
This is like South Beach nightclub. I just think of this song always playing.
I'll get you on Friday. We'll do a Vegas playlist. Get the most Vegas-y songs ever.
For DJ LED to get the nightclub going.
To get me ready. That Lil Jon's got to be playing Turn Down for What.
Yeah, Turn Down for What is the classic. I guess this is also Lil Jon, but Yeah by Usher.
That's right.
Who else is doing the Vegas residency thing?
Chris Watkins, he knows how Vegas Allen gets down. Brendan and Frankie, they don't know. They do not know.
Oh, is this from the Super Bowl you're talking about?
Super Bowl. Jay knows. Nate knows. It's going to be a time.
All right.
It's going to be a time. And I'm going to come back. Look, a lot of people Kaminga this, and I'm coming back with sources. I'm coming back with information. Trust me on this, people. Okay?
And a whole lot of pepas. Pepas. That's the song.
I never knew the name.
You never knew this song's called Pepas?
I just know the song.
Oh, okay. You just know the beat. You just know the beat drop.
I just know this is Vegas or Miami. I just know I'm 10 years younger when this song comes on.
Every time Pepas comes on. Really? You didn't know that song? There's no way you're going to know who it's by, but that's fine. I didn't know you didn't know that. You just know that.
Yeah. We're vibing. It's a day party. Someone's
this song screams by the pool at 1 p.m. in Vegas.
Exactly. Watered down beverage. You know, that's just what it is. I saw a text come in right before the break. 916. You guys are so annoying. Let's move DeMar to the bench, like one of the best scorers in the league, and guys that are 36 don't win championships. I don't know what that means.
Wow, that guy said we were annoying before the Pepas.
Yeah. The dude isn't going to the bench. He's too good. Figure it out or trade him from Folsom Mike. And we love Folsom Mike on this show. It's not that we want to move him to the bench. It's that it was a RJ Barrett conversation. But I will say this, Folsom Mike, he might not come off of Sacramento's bench, but if he gets traded, there's a good chance he's coming off of somebody's bench.
Yeah, I guess the tough part is like if you're the Kings and you get to a point where you're ready to move DeMar DeRozan to the bench, it's not because DeMar DeRozan doesn't deserve to be a starter. It's about the style of play and all the stuff like that.
Right.
At which point I would say DeMar DeRozan is more valuable to your team by being traded for something else than he is being a $25 million guy coming off the bench as your sixth man. And instead of moving him to the bench, just trade him or buy him out and get something else in return.
Let's hear from Brett Siegel as far as when trades could or couldn't happen and why it might be worth it to wait for the trade deadline, if whether you're a buyer or a seller. Here it is.
It's definitely a sense of urgency type of thing. Yeah. And when some of these teams are in the middle of the season and they see their counterparts or rivals make a move, all of a sudden their thinking shifts and we start seeing them be more aggressive. And we saw it with the Luka Doncic trade at the trade deadline. And obviously that's something no one saw coming, and it's much different than us talking about DeMar DeRozan potentially being moved. But just one move like that can really send ripple effects throughout the league of teams realizing, hey, we have to make a move now. And when that team makes a move, now the team below them in the standings, who's 1 or 2 games back, sees an opportunity where if they potentially pursue a guy like DeMar DeRozan, maybe that pushes them into the playoff picture, and that helps them achieve their goals this season. So that's kind of where the trade deadline has shifted from the offseason, where it's more urgent. It's more teams that I wouldn't say they're necessarily willing to go into the tax space and first apron, but they have more flexibility given that they've already seen their guys play for 30, 40 games this season. And they have an idea of where their roster is at and who can potentially be moved, who doesn't fit in anymore. Guys get injured. And a perfect example of that is the Warriors. When they got Dennis Schroder, they were able to give up D'Anthony Melton, who was a player that they didn't want to give up, but he tore his ACL. So he's basically a dead contract at that point. You can now move dead money to the Nets, who are in no point to contend, and get a guy like Schroder that ultimately led them to getting Jimmy Butler. So there's definitely moves like that could be made. And we don't want to talk about it, and we don't wish this upon them at all. But let's say there's a scenario where DeMar DeRozan gets hurt for the Kings, and maybe they want to use that contract to go out and get something else. So there's just a bunch of options that present themselves to these organizations at the trade deadline rather than in the offseason right now, where they're building their roster, they have it kind of formulated, and then they're going to go into the season, see what works, and then make a final decision.
That was Brett Siegel, who was on with us earlier this week. I'm just double checking here, Kyle, and I will say this. You're doing trades for a couple reasons. It's because you're cooked and you see a distressed asset that you want to build with in the future, or you're making a push. Those are the two situations, right? DeMar DeRozan is not going to be picked up in that first situation. You know what did happen in that first situation? Brandon Ingram goes to the Raptors, who nobody saw coming, by the way. Nobody saw that coming. But Brandon Ingram obviously wasn't going to the Raptors for a push. It was, hey, this is who we believe to be a building block moving forward. Luka, we should really just put Luka in a different conversation. Luka's obviously a little bit of both. They did make a push. They were the 3 seed, but he's obviously another building block. The Wizards acquiring Marcus Smart, who cares? The Warriors get Butler. That was, again, kind of a hybrid, but more of a push, right? A short push because they're all 39 years old, but a short push, a mini building block. The Warriors are a weird situation. Some of these kind of other deals, the DeAndre Hunter, that was a move to make a push, I would say, with the Cavs trading for DeAndre Hunter. And my point is, when you're looking at DeMar, I don't disagree with Brett, but we've seen this before where there's a lot of conversation about the teams that are going to, oh my gosh, we got to make a move and feel that urgency. And then you get random trades like the Lakers and the Raptors, like we mentioned. But I don't think there's going to be as many as we feel like there are. You look here, there were some small, some couple big deals and some small deals, right? You got the Warriors. That was actually a huge deal when the Warriors got Jimmy Butler. It was the Warriors received, the Heat received, the Jazz got some pieces, Pistons got some pieces, the Raptors got PJ Tucker.
I don't even remember the deal. I guarantee you the Jazz got second-round picks.
The Jazz got Josh Richardson, KJ Martin, and 2 second-round picks.
Yep, okay. Danny Ainge just fiending for second-round picks over there.
So the Kings themselves, they went out and they got Jake LaRavia. I don't really know if that was a push, right? But yes, it was a push, and Valanciunas as well.
Sure. Let's frame it this way, including the Luka deal for now. We can put it to the side later. You had, 6 former All-Star or 7 former All-Stars get traded at the trade deadline this past year. That's not to say they're all like top 30 players in the league, but they're all top 60.
Oh, I'm forgetting the obvious one, De'Aaron Fox.
Fox for Zach LaVine.
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine. So looking forward, and again, Spurs, that was foundational. Kings, we don't know. We don't know.
The Kings?
Yeah, just something. Do something. So now looking forward to next season, we know, so out of those deals, if you broke it out into percentages, whatever percentage of those deals were foundational deals, right, like the Spurs and the Raptors, teams like that, DeMar DeRozan is not going to be a name for that, and I don't think Malik Monk is going to be a name for that. Now you cut that up and essentially cut that in half to teams that are looking for a push. I think there are going to be options, but I'm just not, as much as I agree with Brett and the urgency, I'm personally not holding my breath, because I distinctly remember sitting in this chair and talking to whoever it may be, NBA insiders saying, yeah, teams are just going to wait for the offseason. There's just more time. So it's less about, these impulse buys and more about, did they see something coming? Right? Or did they not see something coming? And if it's, the Pistons are right there and we're in the East, or the Magic are right there, we need one more guy, let's just go get DeMar. These all-in deals, there's going to be like 2 or 3 all-in, and I wouldn't even call it all-in moves, but just a move to push to the top. Will DeMar or Malik be a part of one of the 3 quote-unquote all-in deals? And sometimes you can kind of, do 2 things at once and get your foundational piece like Luka and things like that. But I'm just not holding my breath. I think there's only going to be about between 1 and 3 of those deals where DeMar or Malik could be a part of. 1 o'clock hour coming up next. We have the 3 picks from the 2022 NBA draft all get cashed out. Is Keegan next? And John Hollinger breaks down what might happen with De'Aaron Fox. Could it be on the move again? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they've won over $500 million in settlements. Downtown LA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay 0 up front. Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
If you love to drive or even not so much, take your car to the place with the magic touch. Big O. Big O Tires.
Trust the team with expertise that goes beyond just tires and visit your locally owned Big O Tires. Now through July 13th, get a $59.99 full-service synthetic blend oil change, including tire rotation, fluid top-off, and more. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Up to 5 quarts of oil. Additional charge for diesel engines, high-performance, and exotic vehicles. Disposal and recycling fees extra were permitted. Most vehicles, no cash value. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the story of Brent Rooker keeps getting better and better. Not long ago, he was with 3 different organizations before becoming a waiver claim by the A's. And now he's on pace for his 3rd straight 30-homer season. And when the best players in baseball gather in Atlanta on the 15th, Rooker will take part in his 2nd All-Star game in the last 3 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yeah. 1 o'clock. Not on the dot. Pretty much on the dot. 1 more hour with you. Hour 4.
Now this is Vegas right here.
Yeah, this is Vegas. This is, we're never going home, man. We're never doing it. Let's go to Topgolf. Let's go.
This song now, in 2025, this song now screams, let's go to Topgolf.
Oh, it's closed, but it's Vegas, man. That's one thing, because I go to Vegas, not a ton, but enough. There are a lot of things that do close in Vegas. So you'd be, oh, dang, it's closed? It's Vegas.
Allen Stiles, the Topgolf should be open until 2 a.m.
Come on, man. It's Vegas. But, yeah, we're going to have fun out there. My first summer league, and I'm going to be working hard. Don't you worry. I'm going to be working my tail off to make sure that we find out what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga, any other buzz. My main goals, I do want to get a good feeling on the DeMar DeRozan stuff. I got two goals, and we'll lay them all out on Friday. But Kaminga is not, I wouldn't say the biggest goal, because a lot of people are on that. But I'm trying to figure out how people feel about DeMar DeRozan and what is going on with Malik Monk. Those are the 2 things that I am focused on. The only things I'm focused on.
Oh, you're going to be networking.
Well, and of course, seeing Neek Clifford and my boy, Maxime Reynal. That's all. That's it.
And John Elmore.
And no, leave him alone. For
Fine.
goodness sake, leave him alone.
And Caitlin Clark's boyfriend's brother.
That's right. That's right. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. So a lot of money being thrown around here. And Chet gets cashed out earlier today. But prior to that, Paolo Banchero got cashed out as well. He gets a Supermax deal. So now all three of the top picks from 2022 have signed their 5-year extensions. Okay. So you had obviously Paolo being the number one pick. He got his. And as you go from the first to the second to the third, right? And you have Chet at number 2. He gets cashed out with the max.
So Paolo number 1 gets up to $287 million, assuming he makes All NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Chet number 2 pick gets $250 million.
Right. So we got Supermax, Max.
Jabari Smith, 5 years, 122, which brings us to pick number 4, which is, of course,
what's up, Vancouver?
Keegan Murray.
Keegan Murray. So, man, it's hilarious how that happened. Well, this is, and if anybody thinks that where you were picked doesn't matter, it doesn't to a certain degree. But in this situation, obviously you got to do your thing. But in this situation, it's hilarious. Paolo, number 1 pick, gets the Supermax. Chet, number 2 pick, gets the max. Jabari Smith gets an extension, but no max. And we don't believe Keegan Murray is going to get a max.
This is the rare draft where it's like, they got it right.
Yeah, they got it right. They got it right. Now the question is, as far as Keegan Murray is concerned, where does that money fall? Do you just give him the Jabari Smith contract and call it a day?
If I were Keegan's agent, I would go to the Kings and say, see this Jabari Smith Jr. contract? Let's just call up the Rockets, get a PDF copy, change the names, and just sign on the dotted line. If I were Keegan's agent, that is what I would do. If I were Sacramento, I think this is a good barometer to just set the market at, because we've talked before, like, Keegan's a slightly better offensive player than Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith's a slightly better defensive player than Keegan. They're both about the same value of player. And if the Rockets just decided that Jabari Smith Jr. was worth 5 years, 122, reasonable basketball minds could say Keegan Murray, the guy picked 1 pick after Jabari Smith Jr., who is still only 24 years old, and if he gets a 5-year contract, will still only be 30 by the end of said contract, that Keegan Murray would probably command about the same value as Jabari Smith Jr.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be pretty simple. We're just kind of waiting. And again, going back to the Kings priority list, this has got to be pretty high. I would think it's high enough on the Kings priority list. And now that, okay, Keegan's literally, not even literally next, because Jabari Smith got his first, which isn't typical, but it went Jabari, Paolo, now Chet. And was Paolo earlier this week?
Paolo was yesterday.
Yeah, so
the last 2 days.
We've heard. Is it weird that we've heard nothing?
I'm not going to say weird, because you could make the argument Keegan's probably in the camp of picks 4 through, like the Paolo and Chet ones were easier. Also, I think Jalen Williams, who's also in this draft class, is also going to get cashed out pretty soon. Also, I think those 3 were pretty easy, because it's like, okay, they're all going to get maxes. After that, it's a little more complicated, just because any of those guys could have set the market. It just happened to be Jabari Smith Jr. signed first, but Jabari Smith Jr. could have been Benedict Mathurin, or could have been Jeremy Sohan, or it could have been Keegan. Any of those guys could have set the market for the others. It's just the Rockets decided, the first day of free agency, we knew what we wanted to offer Jabari Smith Jr. We feel comfortable, and we're just going to get it done right now.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that just, funny enough, and it's kind of apropos for Keegan. Scott Perry, we've talked to him a couple times. When I say we, I just mean the collective media. We've heard from him a couple times. I feel like he's talked a lot, and nothing has been said about Keegan Murray. And We can double check, but intro pressers,
I think, didn't Tristy ask the one Keegan question maybe?
That's right.
Someone asked one Keegan question and then we never came back to it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of funny because you could argue he's the best young building block the Kings have, and we just don't know how. I have no clue how Scott Perry feels about Keegan Murray.
I think if there's no deal, I guess I would say it this way to your original question. I think the weirder thing is how fast the Jabari Smith Jr. deal got done, not that there hasn't been any talk on a Keegan extension.
Hey, Summer League, man. I'm gonna do some wheeling and dealing.
Figure some things out for us.
What's going on? All the updates that I will have.
Now, if we look up and all of a sudden Jeremy Sohan's getting a 5-year extension from the Spurs, then we can be like, hey, what's going on here? Why is Sohan? Why are they committing to Sohan, who we don't even know if he's good?
Yeah.
Versus the Kings, where we know Keegan is at least a plus defender and good 3-point shooter.
Now, I will say this. Going back to yesterday, the presser with Dennis Schroder that left me almost as speechless as Patrick Bailey's inside the park walk-off home run did last night. Now that, and this is all just how I'm taking things in, after hearing Scott Perry and using the word building block for Dennis Schroder and, still being connected to the Malcolm Brogdons of the world and the Russell Westbrooks of the world, and my feeling maybe changing a little bit as far as how far away or how invested Scott Perry is in this current group. Obviously, he's invested in the Kings, but in this current group and thinking that they can make some noise in the playoffs and seeing the 38.5 win total, does it make me maybe worry that the priority, not about the extension per se, but just that maybe Scott Perry isn't prioritizing Keegan's growth as much as maybe I would have expected. And hey, we're not moving off of DeMar. You got Zach LaVine. Dennis Schroder does shoot the basketball. So you got the three of them and Domantas Sabonis. Keegan obviously is a starter. Right now, Kyle, you can sign him to the extension or not. Right now, in my opinion, Keegan is still the grenade holder. He's still the grenade holder in that DeMar dribble. Then you have Zach LaVine who's got to get his, and Dennis Schroeder's going to orchestrate some things. But I still think maybe there will be less grenades handed out because you'll have an actual point guard. But I still think this is an offense where it's, here, Keegan, here's the ball with 3 seconds left. Now shoot it.
Very, very Ja Morant. Just you've pulled the pin and just we're letting it go.
Not the celebration, though. Just here, Keegan, take this with 2 seconds left and hoist it up.
Yeah, but what's tough is that when they made that, again, this all goes back to the De'Aaron Fox trade, who was also Keegan's best friend on the team. But when they made that trade, that is what you kind of signed up for, right? You're bringing in Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, two players who are playmakers with the ball in their hand.
But that's fine. I'm saying, you can't react, or I'm not basing this on the sins of the past. I'm saying I'm viewing it, right? Here's the thing. Scott Perry comes in to a situation where we're all saying, hey, man, Monty McNair might not have even had control over these trades because what basketball mind would think that this would make sense?
What basketball mind would turn De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter into DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine?
So now you have Scott Perry coming in and we're thinking, okay, I mean, with what's come out from The Athletic and all of that, you could argue a point guard might help, but ultimately we all know that this team in this day and age isn't good enough. We should be focusing on Keegan Murray. And then you have Scott Perry come in, and if he's saying the things that he's saying, like building blocks with Dennis Schroder, who's a 12-year journeyman, you got obviously DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, it's starting to make me think, okay, well, if they think they're going to do whatever it is they're going to do, win more than 38.5 games, which I do too, I just think it'll be not a lot more than that. Where does Keegan Murray fit into this? And that's what, whoever talks to Scott Perry next, that's my question. Because, okay, cool, you are maybe more in the Vivek camp as far as the current state of the team, that's all fine and good. And everyone can say, oh, yeah, the Kings are going to just stink or surprise us, and it's all going to be great. No, they could be a 9-10 seed again. Keegan doesn't take a step because he's fighting to take shots because they're playing tea party over there between the vets on the team, just passing the ball back and forth to each other. And you finish a 9-10 seed, so you get the 9th pick in the draft. That is the worst case scenario, and I don't know how people don't see that.
I guess what's tough about that is Keegan obviously is asked to be the best defender on not great defensive teams, which is going to drag down some of your ratings, but we all recognize Keegan is a very good defender, but is not an all-league defender, right? He's no Amin Thompson on the defensive end of the floor. I bring up Amin Thompson to say the Rockets, even though Jabari Smith Jr. is going to have no runway to grow his offensive game, we're still comfortable paying him $22 million a year for 5 years. So is that just the going rate for a 22, 23-year-old wing who can defend and shoot? Maybe that's just what the market is for what Keegan is right now. Not even saying Keegan's going to make some kind of leap.
But I'm not saying that. Yeah. I'm not saying don't pay him or that they're worried about paying him. I'm just saying Jabari Smith is in a different situation than Keegan. You're going to need Keegan on the Kings. Jabari Smith, he might be in a Michael Porter Jr. situation because of Kevin Durant. They just hope that they got some rings on their finger in the process. You're going to need Keegan Murray. I feel like you're going to need Keegan Murray because Kevin Durant or whoever ain't walking through that door into the Golden One Center. So it's not about whether or not to pay Keegan. I don't think they'll have a problem paying Keegan. I think it's getting closer to okay, what's going on with Keegan and the extension? But I'm not saying there's an issue with paying him. I'm saying, yeah, that could be the going rate, but you're going to look back and say, okay, Scott Perry it's kind of seeming like he cares more about whatever the hell this mortgage board is to fight for a 7 seed than Keegan Murray's growth. Pay him or don't pay him. That's their point, and it ain't my money, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I understand why that doesn't make a lot of sense to just say Keegan's going to be Keegan, and that's fine. We don't have to think about we're going to pay you $20-something million a year to never have to think about our starting 3 or starting 4, which at that point you're just making him Harrison Barnes.
And that was the fear. That was the fear, my friend.
And Harrison Barnes had a very excellent career in Sacramento up until they changed the roster to try and make, I will say, until they tried to make the DeMar DeRozan thing happen, Harrison Barnes was fine being a 5th option who just sat in the corner and shot threes.
Right, but that was after we had decided, the NBA world had decided Harrison Barnes is who he is. That was Harrison Barnes at 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Not Keegan Murray at 25.
But when they first traded for Harrison Barnes, he was their number 2. It was De'Aaron Fox, it was Marvin Bagley, and it was Harrison Barnes. And Harrison Barnes was a wing who was creating his own shot. And after 6 years, eventually Harrison Barnes got to being 32, and they just put him in that corner. I'm just saying Keegan's not Harrison Barnes at the end. It's more so Harrison Barnes
but he's
in the first iteration.
But I don't know that no, because Keegan right now is not going to get that runway. Now, look, if you're Scott Perry, and maybe I'm overreacting, and maybe this is just 1 year, maybe we just got to wait. Pay him. He's a grenade holder for 1 more year, and let's see what happens next season, as I've been preaching myself.
Yeah.
But yesterday scared me from that press conference. It did.
Sure, I get that. It's just, in 4 years, we don't know what the roster is going to look like. And if you had to ask me, I would say the player that has the best chance of being on the team 3 years from now or 4 years from now that's here right now is probably Keegan Murray. And I only say that because Domantas Sabonis has the potential to command tremendous value on the trade market. I'm not saying they should or shouldn't trade him. I'm just saying Keegan, if you sign that 5-year extension, you got that position on lock, and at the very least, you've got a guy who will shoot 38% on the grenades with the corner threes.
He hasn't been.
outside, we've gone through the numbers from January 1st onward when Doug took over. He was shooting 39% from three. Though. It was 47% from the field, 39% from three after Doug took over.
Okay. I'm just saying, you got a guy. And look, the Pacers are going to be in a similar spot. I know he was the 6th pick, but Benedict Mathurin, right? Are you ever going to get to see? Maybe this is, again, you hate to see, and I know that he's not a point guard, but the Pacers are going to look a lot different. Maybe they're getting forced into a situation where you're going to force yourself into a leap from Nembhard, from Benedict Mathurin, because they're just going to be out here hooping. It's AAU for the Pacers this next season. The Kings are not in that position. They don't want to be in that position.
But is that beneficial or detrimental to Indiana? Because now you're confusing yourself on what the role of the player is going to be.
I think it's beneficial because, number one, they get more confidence. Number two, I think Indiana, it's all about the communication. It's such as everything in life. Everybody knows when Tyrese Haliburton comes back, things are going to be different. Benedict Mathurin, if he goes off, right, they can decide, right, and Aaron Nesmith, hey, is this a little bit redundant? We can go get another piece since Miles Turner is gone. I don't think in the Pacers, that's the one thing about this, I don't want to say tragedy, but terrible situation with Tyrese Haliburton. They're basically just playing with house money for a year, and they get to see, okay, what do we got with our other guys? How good are our other guys going to be?
Right.
It's what was supposed to happen with the Warriors when Clay went down, but they had Kai Bowman and people that
and Pascal
and Eric Pascal, who refused to play with Steph Curry because he wanted to hoop.
Still such a great sentence. Well, we talked about this during the finals. Like, Benedict Mathurin was their Malik Monk, right? Sparkplug gave you 27 points in that one game they won. And then my favorite tweet maybe of the playoffs, which was in game 4, he checked in for 2 minutes in the fourth quarter and did everything wrong.
Yeah.
Like a Russell Westbrook Nuggets-esque run of fouling, not playing defense, turning the ball over, just a 2-minute run of literally blowing their chances of winning the finals. But if Malik Monk were on the Pacers right now, I don't think a breakout season from Malik Monk would make people think he's going to be this new player once a theoretical Tyrese Haliburton comes back. And maybe Mathurin is younger and less fully formed.
Yeah, Mathurin's 23 years old, Kyle.
Sure, and Keegan's 24, right? In 3 years, Keegan might get the runway.
But why are you bringing up Malik Monk?
Just because that's what Benedict Mathurin is on the Pacers, playing style wise, and what he fits in. I'm just saying that's kind of he scores. Defense is spotty, but it's respect. It's not like worst in the league defense. I'm just saying, if Mathurin is that
at 23, though, is my point.
Right. But then if you bring it back to Keegan, it's like Keegan's the guy who plays great defense on bad defensive teams and shoots threes at the end of shot clocks and tries creating his own shot.
We just saw this with Trey Murphy, though. Trey Murphy just had a season where they were dog doo-doo, and now Trey Murphy is untouchable, and you can get 2 firsts for Trey Murphy.
Yeah, and the Pelicans are going to win 33 games this year with Trey Murphy as their second best player.
But they can move. But if they want to hit the ejecto button, they can and get a king's ransom for it. I'm saying the Kings are in a position where Keegan is not gaining he's not getting better. He's not gaining value. He's just there holding grenades.
And I guess that's worth the extension, but
maybe for a year. Hopefully it's just a year.
I just don't know if I want to see that runway right now, only because I don't know if I'm going to like what I'm going to see.
I do. This is year what? 4? Going into year 4?
Sure, but that would require them to give him the runway that Trey Murphy had on a Pelicans team that won like 28 games.
There is a happy medium. It's DeMar DeRozan. It's not DeMar. It's the combination of DeMar, Zach, and again, Scott Perry didn't make those moves.
Sure.
Right? Maybe take a step back, drink some water, play some Lil Jon, and just relax a little bit. We'll see what happens after this season.
I guess, would you still feel comfortable extending for, let's call it 5 years, 120, which is, slightly less than Jabari Smith, would you still be comfortable extending even without seeing him get that runway or seeing that offensive bag?
Yeah. This is not the money to me. This is about seeing what Keegan could be. And I'm the person that said, I don't think he can boogie and shoot off the dribble like Trey Murphy. I don't think he can do these things, but I want to see it. He also hasn't had the opportunity. When people argue with us about Trey Murphy versus Keegan, they say, hey, Allen, Trey Murphy can do whatever the heck he wants. That Pelicans team was awful. And I think they're right to an extent. I want to see it. I'm paying Keegan either way because I have to. Yeah. Right. And I want to, but I would like to pay him and at least see. We just watched it with Michael Porter Jr. and at least they left with a ring. So that's a better excuse. The Kings are a 38. And tell me another 38. We can look it up and we're up against it. Give me another 38 and a half win total team that is prioritizing 36-year-olds over 24-years.
The Dallas Mavericks.
They're not 36 out there, and they got Cooper, so it doesn't count.
I know. Dallas doesn't really. The Cooper flag thing just makes it all ridiculous.
Yeah,
but
they got the get out of jail free card.
No, you are correct, and that's the whole conversation with this whole Sacramento Kings situation. Is like they're probably a play-in team in the West.
Yeah,
we could wake up in February and they're the 12 seed, and we're just saying the whole formula didn't work.
And let me caveat it now: if I'm wrong, I'd love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong.
But then we don't have to have the debates if we're wrong.
And instead, we're sitting here talking about Chris Boucher. That's what.
So Chris Boucher is new Chris Duarte?
That's what we're doing here. On the other side, let's keep the conversation going. Some text to read through. Also, is the league conspiring against the Lakers? I hope so. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guest, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Canes, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get ready to leap tall buildings in a single bound as DC Comics' Superman, the IMAX experience, flies onto the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen in downtown Sacramento.
No matter what you do to me, Luther, your plans won't work.
The Man of Steel is back. It's the beginning of a whole new adventure for Clark Kent. Grab the family and experience Superman's new epic adventure filled with hope. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Superman, the IMAX experience, playing this week on the largest screen in Sacramento, the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Got somebody not too high on Keegan Murray on the text line. Keegan has been all flash offensively. The 47-point game is a mirage. I don't think he's top 30 since. That can't be true. That cannot be true. They say, and once every month or two, he puts his head down and drives to the hoop for a poster jam. He can do it. He just doesn't. Either way, this is what the Kings have, right? And the reason Keegan hasn't really been brought up in trade conversations, well, actually he has, besides the big one with Jonathan Kuminga, which doesn't make a bunch of sense because I need my lightning and thunder, and that's how the Kings feel, and they're not going to move one wing for another. The problem is they don't have enough. But the reason you haven't heard a ton about it is because, you know, it's not like the Trey Murphy thing where, hey, the Kings need a couple first rounders or whatever the case is, because I think people are trying to figure out Keegan's value. The reason the Warriors were interested, it's different with the Warriors because they know that exactly how they would use Keegan. Keegan goes to the Warriors and he would be Michael Porter Jr. He would shoot threes. He helps defensively. And that's pretty much it, right? He stretches the floor for them. He doesn't need the ball. He's not sitting there saying, I need to be a superstar. So that's what worked for the Warriors. But other teams that are maybe, we're a Keegan away or that's what we need. Yeah, they might be interested, but as a whole, just grabbing him as a talent, like teams may want to grab Trey Murphy as a talent and a building block versus he helps us right now. I think everybody is still trying to figure out Keegan Murray's value. And that's part of the issue. So I don't think he's going anywhere. Pay the man and let's get through this season and then invest in him. I would say that. Everybody, I don't know what Keegan's going to be, and I just don't think he has it. I don't believe this is what happened. We watched what happened. Season 1, he balled out. Season 2 was the season. I think people expected it to continue. A bit of a sophomore slump, right? Then they say, okay, it's been a sophomore slump. Let's go get DeMar DeRozan, who's going to take away all of Keegan's shots and the ability to see how Keegan was going to react from that sophomore slump. And then that happened, and then they got rid of De'Aaron Fox, and we are where we are right now. It's pretty straightforward.
And Keegan struggled to start the season, right? He was shooting 20 some odd % from the 3-point line.
Right. So they felt, okay, he hasn't fixed the sophomore slump. I'm not saying Keegan is part of why they did it. They did it because De'Aaron wanted to go, but they go and get Zach LaVine. But even before that, with a point guard, there were so many struggles going on. You had De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan, who's the closer, right? Then you obviously had just people playing together as a whole. Malik Monk's in there too. Then you had injuries that lasted about 5 to 7 games. And then you get 30 games in and the coach gets canned and De'Aaron gets traded.
Oh, and by the way, you were playing for half of that stretch, Fox, Monk, DeRozan, and Sabonis, all of which are below average defenders.
Right. So at some point, and they don't have to, you can pay him and just let him do what he's doing now. But, I'm not going to sit here and have somebody tell me that Keegan was put in a good situation to flourish, right? There have been times and players where you haven't seen enough, you haven't seen enough, and you say, man, we gave him runway and it just didn't work out. Sometimes it's due to injury. Sometimes it just didn't work out. Michael Porter Jr., they paid him. They said, you didn't get there. Hey, maybe some of that is on us, but you didn't get there. Maybe you can get there on a different team. The Nets, you can shoot all you want, right? So for Keegan, I can't make any judgments on Keegan yet because every player's path is different, and he has not. If Keegan had been putting up, what was Keegan's average shot attempts, right? And how does it compare the first season to the second season to the third season? Unless Keegan is putting up, 20 a game or something crazy like that, you got it, Kyle?
I have season long. So first season, 9.8 attempts per game.
Okay.
Second season, 12.7.
Mm-hmm.
Third season, 10.8.
So that second season, that was the season where, hey, Keegan, let's see what you can do. Maybe you come out of this being the second option and it didn't work out. And then this past season, he's at double digits. He's slightly above his first season. A lot happened.
I'm also just real quickly going to look up the splits between Mike Brown shot attempts per game and Doug Christie shot attempts per game just to see if there's any difference. So with Doug, it was 10.7. What did I say the original average was? 10.8.
Yeah,
so
10.8.
So no difference.
You know how many shots Trey Murphy took last season? You want to guess?
I'm going to guess 78.
15.8 field goal attempts per game.
What was
15.8.
What was it the year before?
10.9.
Yeah. So here's your thought experiment here. After year 3, Keegan Murray is at 10.8 shot attempts per game.
Mm-hmm.
After year 3, Trey Murphy was at 10.9 shot attempts per game.
And then the next season, they stunk. He takes 16 shots a game.
In year 4, Trey Murphy takes that many shots. But if I remember correctly, last year was year 4 for Trey Murphy, right?
Yes. Yes.
What is interesting about that, though, is that after year 3, the Pelicans were comfortable giving him 4 years at $118 million.
Right.
Which is, again, maybe the total dollar value is going to be about the same for Keegan, and maybe the Pelicans overpaid a little bit for Trey Murphy, or had the vision for what Trey Murphy would become as Bryce Harper just hits a home run for the Phillies. As maybe they had vision that Trey Murphy could become the replacement for Brandon Ingram when they signed him to the extension, but they gave him that contract without seeing him kind of take over last year.
Want to take a guess on Jabari Smith Jr. shots per game?
I'm going to say I'll say 10.
9.9.
There you go.
There you go.
So
just give him the contract.
But he again, it's not much, but if you look at the numbers, he is a slightly better defender than Keegan Murray.
Give him the money. Just give him the money. We got some Lakers tears to drink here. I don't know why the Lakers are never really in my algorithm, but this is prodigal 12-11. He says, this is probably not new, but I have a theory. Ever since we were handed, and he has handed in quotes, Luka, other teams didn't get a chance to make offers. The entire NBA came to an agreement that no trades could be made with the Lakers unless they absolutely fleeced us, hence the asking price for Wiggins. So he's basically saying the rest of the NBA is mad, and this goes to the theory of, hey, conspiracy theory. The NBA is all salty about the Lakers getting handed Luka, so nobody wants to do deals with the Lakers. And I'm just reading all these Lakers tiers saying, well, we had the Mark Williams trade, and that's actually what ticked people off because Rob Pelinka wasn't moving in good faith, and people don't like Rob Pelinka. But now Lakers fans, because everybody's a victim these days, Lakers fans are saying the league won't work with us.
They're just going straight to conspiracy.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy that nobody will work with the Los Angeles Lakers and try to get a deal done. The crazy thing, as Wiggins gets brought up, is that this is what Pat Riley's been doing the whole time. This is why they haven't really been able to do any deals until Jimmy just said, I have to go.
What? And even the deal they just did, everyone universally agrees they won.
Yeah.
Like they waited until they got exactly the deal they wanted and weren't going to bend or break on any of it.
When we return, Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. Little crosstalk, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Jacob Wilson has missed a couple games with that right hamstring soreness, but the belief is he could return at some point during the A's homestand. Zach Geloff, out with that stress reaction in his ribs, has played a couple games for the AAA Las Vegas squad and also should be returning during the A's homestand. That was your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
All these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you know about 1/3 of our lives is spent sleeping? Hi, this is Franklin Rosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. If we're going to spend that much time in our bedrooms, then our bedrooms ought to reflect our personalities. I remember many weekend mornings when our kids would jump into our beds trying to coax us to start our days more on their schedules than ours. Naturewood Home Furnishings' huge bedroom sale is here, and there's no better time to find the perfect accent piece for your bedroom, or even better, to start fresh by designing your bedroom to fit your lifestyle. From a new mattress and foundation to dressers to nightstands to lamps and more. Naturewood Home Furnishings will help you create a space from simple to luxurious and anything in between. Just drop by and let Naturewood's team help you envision a bedroom fit for 1/3 of your life. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable bedroom sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Whitey Gleason.
Hello.
You probably hit some in the park home runs or inside the park home runs.
Only like in wiffle ball in the front yard, and then we
Really?
didn't run. So
I hated. I remember Pony. One game Ponies when you're between what is it? I think I played Pony 13 and 14. Okay, so it's middle school, right before high school.
You dominated, right?
I hit. So here's a good question. This is a good one. No fence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Home run. Is that an inside the park home run? Because there's no fence. Because one game, I either had two or it was a doubleheader. I had one in each game.
Depends if it would have gone over a fence when you hit it.
I'm going to say yes.
Like, did the center fielder boot the ball or?
No. I mean, I just hit it over their heads twice, but there was no fence.
Yeah. So that's not really an inside the park. Whatever you want, Alan. How
Right.
about that?
But if it, what was it? A double down the line that got past the left fielder, but they didn't touch it. Still a home run, no fence.
Right.
But it wasn't going over anybody's fence. Mm-hmm. Patrick Bailey had me speechless, Whitey. That was just beautiful.
It was amazing.
And the crazy thing is, everyone's, I was watching it and my wife is like, and he was running good at the box. I'm like, not really. He kind of pimped it. He thought that thing was gone.
At first he did, yeah.
And then he got moved. He did.
Yeah. You could almost see it in his eyes. Uh-oh.
Yeah. And people have been really hard on him. He's been injured a bit, hasn't hit the ball very well. And that was the whole thing with Patrick Bailey. Joey Bart was supposed to be the offensive catcher. Patrick Bailey always been a stud defensively. And he came up. This is what I always say, Whitey. Came up, no scouting report, hit pretty well. Everyone's saying, whoa, this guy can hit. Let's hold on here. The league just got to figure out what he doesn't like.
Yeah.
And he's kind of been in the midst of that, but a great moment for him last night. We played the Crook and Kite call. We played the Dave Fleming call. I saw the Giants flagship also put out the Korean call. So they're milking the heck out of his thing. And why not? It was insane. And obviously the A's had an inside the park of their own with my guy, Lawrence Butler, first time in MLB history where he had a 1-2 lead off a game and 1-2 walk off a game as well.
Right. It wasn't a true bookend because Butler batted in the bottom of the first. He didn't start the game with it, but it was.
Yeah.
First leadoff home run and a
right.
walk-off.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
It was that's baseball.
That is.
Mm-hmm.
How can you not be romantic about baseball after something like that?
Well, it'd be hard if you're like our boss Jose, who's a Braves fan, who probably was there last night. That was hard to be romantic about.
A's took care of business. Coach Eric Martins, he knew that they were due. I don't know. We keep talking about the Braves and the Orioles. They just decided, no, we're gonna stink this year.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna do it.
Yeah, we're gonna talk to Ken Korak today. By the way, looking forward to that.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. And we're also we have it. You mentioned some of the calls that people have been listening to. We have the Phillies call, which you may have heard. We may throw that.
Oh, I did hear that one.
It wasn't as bad as I thought.
No, they the flagship posted that too, and I thought, they're going to be super depressed, and I think everyone was like, this is pretty cool, regardless of whatever side you're on. Our guy, I went back and forth with our guy, Jason Dumas, who's now in Philly, and he was trying to say, what was Brandon Marsh doing? I responded, brother, what do you want Brandon Marsh to do? No one saw that. It was a pinball.
He was running after the ball, and then the next thing, whoops.
Yeah, he's going to back up, because if it hits straight off of it and it's behind the right fielder, he would have been right there. It just, nobody saw that coming.
And the weird thing is, that's kind of what happened on Butler's home run, but it happened at Sutter Health. And I was trying to figure out what it hit exactly to kick that way on the warning track, which is a monstrous warning track, right?
Yeah.
The warning track out there is enormous.
We did a lot of Malik Monk talk today.
Oh.
Okay. As we are, trying to figure out where exactly what happened was, I saw some tweets about Malik Monk, not sourced information, just, man, Malik Monk would be great on the Raptors. So, we had on, it led me to a black hole, number one. And number two, the black hole ended with Barahhenny, who is host of the NBA Daily show on The Athletic. And he does that show, but he's also, in Toronto and Raptors fan and things like that. And he posts about Malik Monk, and I'm reading the comments, and they're all about it. He's saying, I love Malik Monk on the team. OKC fan says, quiet down. I hope that we go get him at the deadline. And I'm thinking, this is what we all kind of thought about Malik, not this crazy narrative that he has no market. So we spent a good amount of time on Malik Monk, just trying to figure out, is this thing going to veer back in the other direction? I also thought to myself, does this make me feel better because I always felt like he had a better market? Or does this make me feel, hey, maybe they should move him? I don't want to move Malik, but if they had a conversation and it feels like it would be better, or he's not fitting the right way, at least you think that he's more value than currently. Yeah, the Malik thing is very confusing to me.
It seems like there's a movement in the NBA away from the smaller off guard who doesn't really play point. I know Malik played a little bit, but look at the fact that the Celtics get to Anthony Simons, and now what happens? They're looking to move him.
Right.
I mean, he's good. So I think it's maybe not just Malik so much as that position is being devalued somewhat.
That's in
basketball.
Yeah, the smaller off guard, because I don't even know what I'd been calling it. I'd just been saying the smaller guard, I think I was saying the bag work. The bag work guard is what I've been calling it.
I don't need you to have the bag work.
But the way you said it is a much better way. I'll take that to Summer League. I won't run around saying.
And I think both those guys are 6'3". They're not like.
Right. Well, I was going to say the name that I had brought up in that same the smaller off guard, Jordan Clarkson. Now, he's not tiny, but same idea. He gets bought out, and the Knicks pick him up. I think it's a good pickup, but nobody was, let me go get Jordan Clarkson and kind of go from there. So, yeah, we spent some time on Malik Monk. Also, I know you're in with me.
Mm-hmm.
Just bring Chris Boucher home.
Chris Boucher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
Chris Broussard and Chris Boucher. And you got your wires. I know where you go. You got Chris Boucher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, bring him home.
You mean because he was a Warrior?
No.
Did you say bring him home?
I mean, length.
Oh, okay.
3-point shooting.
He means there's no connection to Sacramento.
Home. I just didn't know what.
DeMar came home. Bring Boucher home.
Chris Boucher is, let's see where he's from.
He's from St. Lucia.
Is he? Okay.
See, that's pretty close to home.
Bring him
but
home.
He started. Man. He was a Warrior early on for
like
a
one game.
Yeah,
he played one game.
Just go get him.
Okay.
Go get him.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle thinks you don't have to go get him because you got Dario Saric and Isaac Jones.
That's not true.
That's what he said.
Didn't he have a big game against the Kings in November?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Kings killer.
He shoots well against the purple. Now he can shoot well with the purple.
He's almost too much like Reynaud, isn't he? I mean, he's a little bit of a 4-5. He's a good player, but
yeah, well, good. But that's what's hot now. Go get a bunch. But I don't need Brogdon. I saw your segment, or I heard your segment about Brogdon. Why are you going to get Brogdon?
I don't know. I don't understand that, and I don't understand the Westbrook. I mean, I guess maybe I understand and just disagree with it.
So you want Precious?
No, because he's a big four. He's a good player.
So who do you want?
Why can't I get wings?
Yeah, but who is? But I don't know what a wing
6'9"
is now.
Shooters.
Wing is a 2 or 3.
Give me
I'm
a
looking
name.
more for the 3, leaning more.
Give me a name.
3. Well, they're all gone.
But just give me a name so I know who you're even. I don't know what this is now.
Let's see. Well, Kevin Knox, Caleb Houston.
Okay.
And there's a reason why these guys are available.
What about one of the Martins?
A little small, but didn't really play that well last year.
The wing that you're thinking of is Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
That's the prototypical wing.
Yeah.
And OG.
Mm-hmm.
OG's more of a forward.
Well, but to me, a forward, I'm thinking of a wing in the sense of you're basically
Look, you
a 3.
order wings.
Yeah.
Some wings are bigger than others.
Does Jaden McDaniels fall under wing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't he 6'5"?
No,
No, I got him confused with. No, okay, here's a good one. Not Jaden McDaniels. Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
He's a little smaller than that.
Yeah, he's
right?
6'5".
That's a wing.
But he guards up too, I think. So,
This wing thing is ridiculous.
Well,
now they got W's.
The Kings, you say, who are the Kings' wings? So you got Keegan, you got DeMar DeRozan. Okay, but I mean, like 3-and-D.
Isaac
they have
Jones.
Laravia. Yeah.
By the way,
that's the thing in the NBA, and the Kings don't have enough.
I saw Isaac Jones. He was talking to the media today, and Brendan Nunes posted it. He said he was short on a lot of threes, and that's what he's been working on this offseason.
And you took that personally.
No, I didn't. What I was going to say was that what we talked about it yesterday, Whitey. The key to the King. Someone's got to make threes to unlock it.
Yeah.
Isaac Jones threes unlocks the Kings offense.
Just sit in the corner and shoot threes.
Just do it.
When we were down there watching them in March, I remember seeing him work on that from the corner.
Hey.
He's got a nice, decent stroke, as I recall.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My actual point about the power forward thing, even though Allen was trying to make it seem like I'm all in on Dario Saric, is the backup 4 just has to shoot 36% on corner threes. If you can shoot any of them, it doesn't matter if it's Boucher, Dario Saric, Isaac Jones, Reynaud, someone who can shoot 36% on corner threes is what you want at the backup 4.
Are you in favor of bringing back Trey Lyles?
I would rather have Trey Lyles. I think I said this earlier. I'd rather have Trey Lyles than Malcolm Brogdon.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Trey Lyles movement.
That's what I would say.
Yeah. You know pretty much what he's going to give you, and he's pretty consistent, and he helps you. He's a good shooter.
Yeah.
There you go.
Unless Dario Saric is going to be new Trey Lyles, then yeah, just get Trey Lyles. Or Chris Boucher, who shot 36% last year, but also never did that before in his career.
Chris Boucher.
I'm just gonna call him Slim Duck from now on.
I was gonna let it go. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, and Jay Johnson coming at you. Drive, guys. 4 hours?
Yeah.
Let's do it. I'll be listening. You better be listening. Thanks for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Great job, Kyle, as always. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to S. Barahhenny of the NBA Daily Show for The Athletic. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Let the beat.
Don't forget about that podcast.
This is We're Never Going Home, man. We're never doing it. Let's go to Topgolf. Let's go.
This song now, in 2025, this song now screams, let's go to Topgolf.
Oh, it's closed, but it's Vegas, man. That's one thing, because I go to Vegas, not a ton, but enough. There are a lot of things that do close in Vegas. And you'd be, oh, dang, it's closed? It's Vegas.
Allen Stiles, the Topgolf should be open until 2 a.m.
Come on, man. It's Vegas.
Oxtails, ribs, cornbread, greens.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products